Good morning, good morning to you. It's a very good morning. Well, yeah, brothers, sisters, strangers. Salutations, healing. Oh, thanks for fun. Thanks, Jen. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Put up the link. Information get through. I think it should stay connected. Should be a clickable link. And while I'm doing that, I'll put that up. That's my email. If you want a copy of my free PDF book, a free copy of my book in PDF format, you got my book. I'll give you the help of email it to you for free. The donation would be appreciated. I got a new necklace I've been working on. I can't see it with all these dice on. That's the piece. It's interesting which place I wind up moving to. I wind up being inclined for some adventure there. Whatever's going on with that place. I'm inclined to create something new. This is the type of thing I have. Jewelry, clothing, um, something I personally like to mess with or dabble in, but I create something that's aesthetic and I can wear. And it becomes a part of my journey. All the people ask about the things I wear and where they come from or whatever, and those are all pretty straightforward questions and answers. To me, each piece that I end up making, each piece that I'm under putting together, winds up being like a formula to it has, I don't know, situation, issue, whatever the case has been going on, something that I survived through, something that I conquered.
Test, 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 test. Test, 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 test. Oh, well, whatever the problem was. Looks like we're back in business. That explained a little bit of things. All right. I might have some feedback coming through, but give me a moment. Thanks for the information there. Just talking to myself for a moment. All right, we'll be back in business. Thank you for that one. I was kind of curious on why things were boom, boom, wonderful. All right. I got the other device, which is watching YouTube. So I turned out I usually have the sound completely down on it. What I was talking about earlier is, well, one, this is a new necklace I wound up making, putting together. So it's still a little bit of work in progress, but that's the new piece. And what I was talking about a moment ago was that when I've been to a different place, a different residence, I create a new necklace, I create a new thing, a new style, a new piece of clothing, a new aesthetic. I create something that I can wear, and it changes my environment. It changes what I'm looking at in the mirror. It changes the sound or the jingly. Now I got all these coins on me now. So, like, it changes the tunage, and thus anybody seeing me, it changes their tunage as well. It's a different aspect in the environment. It's if you put on the same movie every single day and you walk in your house and the same movie's playing, it doesn't matter where it's playing, you're gonna just be like, yeah, whatever, I've seen it. But if it's a new movie all of a sudden out of nowhere, then you're gonna be walking by and you already know how it is. You just freeze and stand there, and then you're watching the movie for 30 minutes just standing there because you needed to go take a shower or do something else, but you wanted to sit down and watch the movie, but you can't sit down in your dirty clothes kind of thing. Yeah. So by changing up, by having a new creative piece to wear, then that's an accomplishment I wound up doing. It gives me a different feel, and now I'm paying attention to things all over again. It's the same TV screen, but it's a different tunage. It's the same person, it's the same place, it's the same house, but it's a different tunage. And because of that, people are going to start paying attention. And that just changes the dynamics of everything. And so I've been working on this one for a while. I've had this idea in my mind to make this one underneath for a while. And interesting enough, I'll tell you some legit history about me. So this headpiece was supposed to be my neck piece, but it was way too heavy. These pink stones are like just way too heavy. And some of the harder stones, if they push up against that windpipe, like I'm fucked, I'm screwed. So I wound up making it my headpiece and like my headband bandana, whatever the case. I think a Ninja Turtle's tying it around and stuff, but anyways. And then I did these ones around the neck, lost a lot of the weight from all of this stuff. And now this one's coming down, so it's more of a proper like Egyptian piece that I've been aiming at for quite a few many years, and I'm pretty happy to put this one, the lower one, together. But then I put all the other ones on, and you almost don't notice it at all. But that's layering your environment. That's grabbing people's attention without having to holler or shout at them. People notice weird and unusual. And if you're like close and buddy buddy, then they're likely to give, that kind of comment that they're used to giving. It might be kind of a little slant or whatnot, but they're just jiving or whatever, so you can keep going your way and really not heed it much attention. And that's another thing is one thing I've noticed personally is that people they give a lot of value to words spoken that don't have any intention behind them. Somebody makes a comment to somebody else. The person who made the comment, there was no intention to do anything bad, but they're just a wily cat. So they're up for anything. They'll poke anything. They'll poke the bee's nest and get stung. That's just what they do. That's their character. And it's our response. It's how we treat life. It's how we engage life, and to keep one's mind about themselves, especially if you're doing something different, if you're introducing something new into your local grouping, I want to say society, but like wherever you go to work or church or school or whatever, if you're doing something new, be prepared for verbal kickbacks, be prepared for those kind of things. But if it comes down to physical violence, if you see people getting physical, if you can taste or not taste, but if you can notice those hints in somebody's voice that they're going to be physically engaging, just keep walking. Keep walking. It's not that they're not worth it. You're worth it. You're worth it to keep walking. You're worth all their attention that's trying to pull you away. Your worth is great. You're worth it. You're worth it to walk away. It's it's not being a lesser person to walk away, because the person who's thinking 18 moves ahead in chess, and that's the way their brain thinks. Well, they're not too busy down on the battlefield mixing things up, are they? No, they up from an advantage point where they can see a good view of the battlefield and make certain calls. Knock it dead. Boom. Got it going good. Didn't even have to get our hands dirty. And that's the biggest thing. I won't forget biggest thing, but when I was working at a metaphysical shop, I was, well, as most of us are on this journey, we're healers. And as a healer, I noticed, like, I talked to people coming and getting card tarot readings, oracle readings, all those kind of things, in sound baths and so forth and so on, and spiritual ceremonies. And and many of them were saying that they were nurses, either currently or in the past or working towards it. They were actual legit nurses that were coming in, not just healers, but like healers with and you know what I'm saying? And, someone had been doing it their whole life. And it was amazing that they were coming in, and it was like the Divine Mother was sending her nurses to get healed. She was healing her nurses. And that's what I see on the spiritual side of things, the light workers, those healers out there. We've been on the front lines. The medic has been on the front lines of this whole fight. The medic has been on the front lines every time, every time, every time. And the medics, the healers, it's time for you to have some healing. And you only get that healing in a bit of good resting. I know firsthand, shoot, if I'm sitting up, I'm not healing because I'm thinking and my mind's working and I'm doing this. I got my senses are engaged otherwise. When I start to heal, that's when I lay my butt down on the ground. I mean, really, when we're constantly moving, we certainly do acquire the memories, the memories of good friends, family, ones that maybe they just couldn't keep on the spiritual path. Maybe they just couldn't keep doing the good thing. And we had to keep walking ahead. Instead of saying I had to keep walking ahead throughout my life. I'll personalize it. I had to keep walking throughout my life. Because I go visit somebody, I'd be living somewhere. I don't want to say couch surfer. Because I, I work. I work. I work in more ways than one. And I do physical work around the place, and I do anyways. But that's really a lot of my job, a lot of, not job, but that's a lot of what I feel my heart yearns out to, is being able to take some of that weight off the healers, or wherever I'm staying, to be able to help them out a bit so that they can be able to focus on their own life. They can heal their own life. A lot of times people are like, you cast magic, you cast spells. I got my staff here, Trusty D. And in all reality, generally speaking, it's the other people that cast the spells, it's the other people that do the magic. I just learned how to create a safe space, a void in space, a void where all that chaos can't penetrate it. And you can do that too. You can do that in your very presence. Just let anybody know, um, if you would like a reading, a tarot reading, an oracle reading that I do. Somebody asked for one yesterday. I went ahead and did it for them live. And so I'm just kind of going to throw that out there. If you'd like a reading, you can do that, or it can be arranged, set up through email. I'm going to put my email in here. And for those truly serious about a reading, hold on. That's the link if you want to donate on the GoFundMe. That's my GoFundMe account in the link. You can donate right there. Um, Gavin 5942. Give me a few moments. I'm gonna bring the energy in, and then we'll go over that. But my email's listed. My GoFundMe link is there. And if you would like a copy of my book, I have written a book, Cetra. Essentially, it contains a divine love language that I worked on for about 8 years. It contains my memories. It contains things that were intuited, in which are solutions to life, aspects of looking at life, uh, in which usually people look over and they cause a lot of problems. Like, for instance, I opened a book, and this is how the inside page. And if you'd like a copy of my book, just shoot me an email. I'll put my email in there, and I'll be more than happy to send you a free PDF copy. If you'd like to send a donation through the GoFundMe, that'd be awesome as well. Um, like, this is the format. So essentially, it gives the word, it spells it out phonetically, gives the characters so you can shorthand it if you're more into that. And then it gives a personal experience. Then I express my own opinions on that personal experience, and then I get into the actual definition of the word, and it explains the actual details and the meat of what that word is actually relaying. And for instance, um, I've got one particular word. Well, I'll share two of them. I'll share two of them with you. Um, the word itself is less important. The meaning is everything that's important. I use this to be able to retrace my own memories so that I could pull back a well of positive solutions so that I could apply to any problem in my life. We fix a problem with one thing, and then we forget that that one thing that we did to fix that problem, we forget about that and don't use it on anything else. And so I realized this. I looked into my past, my history, and then I took note of all of those positive successes, and then I copied all those down. So, like, two words off the top are desmalo, and desmalo essentially carries the connotation of completely clean. Now, here's the construct. All right, if I'm cleaning something, it's got grime on it. It's got a layer of grit on it, okay? Just putting it underwater with a little sponge and soap ain't gonna do the trick. We need to put some degreaser on it first. And then after the degreaser, then we're gonna get the scrubber into hot water, and then we're gonna scrub that thing, and then it's gonna get completely clean because we applied multiple cleaning applications to one dirty situation. So with the construct of Desmalo, I apply that completely across the board. And if I'm cleaning something, then I'm going to apply what I like to do and what somebody else does. I'm going to take a few ideas, I'm going to take those together, and I'm going to really scrub and take care of whatever it is. Is it an esoteric connection? Is it this? Is it that? Is whatever it is, I can apply that. I can use multiple tools on one job. If you're working on a car, you need more than one socket. You know what I mean? For the wrench, you need wing. So, anyways, that's one construct. Another word right after that one is kazaznex. And kazaznex means be literal with one's own words. Now, this reminds me, this word in particular, a lot of arguments, a lot of misunderstandings, a lot of erroneous friendships lost, like positive friendships erroneously lost because words or definitions that he put in that I didn't know about were part of the equation. People were putting in their own definitions to motherfucking words. And when you playing in a world of analogies and metaphors, and you talking with somebody who your heart's entangled with, shoot, I learned to be like a scientist. This is this element, this is how much we're using, this is what we're putting in, okay? Like our words need to be literal because we're in a moment where it's not, things can get confused, things can get messed up, and right now we don't want that to happen. So let's be very literal with our words. Did I say what I mean? Yes, good, check. And so, like, just different aspects. Those are just two out of many. 129 completely. And I haven't forgot about the reading, bro. We're gonna get to that. Um, okay, so first I'm gonna do two readings. They're gonna. I'm not gonna call how many cards. Right now I got two readings lined up, and I'm not moving ahead on the comments. So thanks for sharing and chatting and whatnot, but I'm focusing. So first one is going to be Gavin 5942. Then once I'm done with him, I'll do one for Abel Abello Campo. I hope I pronounced your name correct. Abello Campo 531. Fine, I'll do two readings back to back there. We'll do anyways, I'll let that be. I'll let that formulate. All right, we're just getting some things together. So first off, Gavin, now something I'm throwing in, not from the cards, I'm starting it off, but in your heart, in your joy, in who you are, in whatever situation that you're being presented in life, for you and who you are, stand your ground. Just stand your ground. You don't gotta fight. You don't gotta you don't gotta work extra hard. Just be who you are in that one. What this is gonna allow for yourself is to be able to truly find the Sphinx. Not only to find, but the Sphinx is truly seen as the place of initiation, the place of moving beyond the lower inhibitions of man. And this one I do gotta read a little something. So it's kind of cool because it mentions stand your ground. And on the Sphinx card, it says pause, confinement, uncertainty, surrender, letting go, lack of direction, new perspectives, goal orientated, powerful adversaries, ambition. See, this is your pause. This is your confinement. This is your uncertainty, your lack of direction. Because when you do that, see, everybody's scattered right now. Everybody's moving like fucking crazy right now. So when you actually just feel like, they're gonna wonder what the fuck is going on with you. Screw what they think. Because they're not gonna be engaged in fighting you. You have powerful adversaries. You don't need to engage them, you need to distract them. So when you stand your ground, you stop fighting and you stand your ground, that's distraction enough in their mind to stop their body. See, if you can fuck off somebody's mind or heart like they've done to us, but not in that way. But if you can confuse it, when I say fuck off, I mean confuse. If you can confuse them in the most loving of honest ways, well, then your enemy is not fighting you. That's what we term shock tactics. And what modern most people have always called heavy cavalry. That's what we do. And that allows us to have new perspectives, allows us to grasp new directions, and on and on and on. The new direction is healing the divine masculine. I'd say that you have nurtured the divine feminine qualities within you. I ain't saying you're into dudes or nothing. I'm not talking about nothing on that sex spectrum. I'm talking about the mind. I'm talking about the emotions. I'm talking about inside. You are compassionate. You are loving. You are caring as a lady would be, as a mother would be. That matriarchal, you nailed that. 90% and above. You're good, Groovy. Don't worry about it. But the divine masculine, we need to bring him up too. We need to heal him and bring him a little bit more into attunement with himself. Ah, I was in the wrong letters. I know my ABCs. Now, the inner masculine and the inner feminine need each other. When they're in good inner relationships with us, we feel like healthy, whole human beings. We're able to live as ourselves in the world in a relatively peaceful, creative, and enjoyable way. When there's damage to the inner masculine, there's difficulty in standing up for our truths, in knowing what our truths and values are, and in knowing how to protect them without feeling as though we have to fight constantly just to be allowed to be ourselves. I didn't show you the card. That's the card healing the masculine. And what did it say? Freaking standing here like standing up for our truths, standing up for your truths. Love this stuff. I could do this with 6 different decks, and every single one keeps talking about the same thing. Anyways, I'm going on. It says the inner masculine part of us often needs healing so that he can fulfill his divine purpose of inner strength, protection, and honoring of the self in all its uniquenesses, so that we can live as free, strong individuals that know who they are and are happy to just love and be that person and allow others to do the same. This will happen at any time. And so you're asked to hold even more consciousness, to hold permission and strength to be even more of the unique self. The masculine and feminine within us need to be in balance with each other. There's no point of having a power feminine with unique values and strong creative force without an equally strong masculine energy that is able to act upon those unique values, no matter what others may think, and take action to allow the creative force of the inner feminine to flow and form in the physical world. When your inner feminine is growing and desires to express her uniqueness in the world more boldly than ever before, the inner masculine needs to grow in self belief, self worth, and self confidence so that he may take action to allow the blossoming feminine to truly be in the world while feeling secure and safe. And this oracle also indicates that your feminine self is blooming, just like I mentioned, your masculine needs to be able to protect and honor her. Sometimes just as Alsat looked for all salt to help him put back together when he was torn apart by hatred, fear, and jealousy of his dark brother Set. Our feminine needs to help the masculine to heal so he in turn can help her. Your masculine consciousness can be healed and grow stronger through your relationship to your inner feminine within you, and by adjusting and healing your own views of the masculine energy so that the feminine is no longer willing to experience masculine energy as violent aggressive. I'm not going to go there. That doesn't apply to you. Yeah, that's old vibrations of an old world. This oracle guides you to realize that your inner masculine could benefit from some restoration and healing after being ravaged by expectations that in order to be acceptable that he should never feel anything, that he should always be dominant and that only the most violent and aggressive alpha masculine behaviors are to be respected. If you are already working on this aspect of your own healing, you are encouraged by this oracle that it is working and to stay with your process. You're encouraged to empower your masculine energy, seeing it as tender, protective, containing, strong, and aware. You are also encouraged to continually choose to let go of behaviors that cast the masculine as perpetrator or as dominating. Kind of like in that mind, in that reading that, my mind it went is what my mind saw. I'm not saying you and I'm not saying me. I'm just saying what my mind saw. My mind saw a king standing there, and you got this like grown man that comes up and he hits the king, and the king's just like freaking standing his ground, and he knows that dude's like they moving on, they moving on. I don't need to declare war, and I don't need to strike back. The dude's nothing, and nothing's gonna come from him, and that's just that.
And then there's other instances where another king comes up to. There's another instance where I saw like another formidable, challenging opponent actually comes up to that king-like individual, and the king has to actually wager and decide. Damn, I got to go to war. Is there a way to avoid it? He's going to stand his ground for a bit, but when he decides to act, man, all those forces, all those movements are going to move forward. And so, in that way, when you decide, when you do move forward, use it in your creative aspect. Use it in the ability to do something positive, something that is going to heal, something that is going to bring rejuvenation. And to be quite literal for my own self, um, I mean, I connect with my mom the most personal and everything. And even with her, I had to stand my ground. She had to learn who I was. And she wasn't going to learn who I was if I was just going to buckle and follow every little thing she told me to do. She wasn't going to see who I was either. And so those moments can really prove a best friend. And not just a moment for a bad outcome, but it could prove a very good best friend or a very good ally that was in the room that, until they saw you really just holding the fort down, so to speak. They didn't think much or whatever was running through there. The other individual, Abel Campo, we're going to move forward with yourself here. We're doing a reading for you. I'm going to pull a few cards for you. And so, Abel Campo, if you're here, could you leave a message in the chat? Look, can you pop a message up so I can make sure that somebody's actually here I'm reading some cards for? Sweet, sweet. And I hope that resonated with you, uh, Gavin. It's kind of interesting because I stopped doing readings for a good long while. And then somebody comes up to me and they're like, man, why don't you do readings? You're great at those things. And I'm like, oh, yeah, okay, I guess I'll start doing those again. Currently Turtle Duck. Right now, I am offering readings live. Donation. Currently, I've got a few days, and I got to get $500 together so I can pay rent, or else I'm gonna be out on my tush. To be honest, just to be forthcoming. This is the longest in a good while of my life that I've had regular residency, regular home, and that's something that's been provided through the community, and something that the divine has shined down on me. And so right now, I'm kind of at that point to where, shoot, if I got a place I can, anyways, staying on the positive. That's why I'm mentioning these things and popping them out right now. Normally, I'm just sharing and doing what I do, but this is another aspect and was another direction that I was planted into. So certainly donations are appreciative or whatnot. But yeah, I can do a reading for you if you'd like a reading. And in the moment, I will just share, since I mentioned the other things as well, I do have a book. Boom, it has a defined love language. It's essentially the basis of what makes me me. And if you'd like a free copy of it, I can send you a PDF copy for free. Just shoot me an email. That's my email, and I can shoot you a copy for free. And if you do enjoy that copy, my GoFundMe is right there. That should be a link. Boom, that's a workable link. And otherwise, the book is available on Amazon.com. You can pull up Amazon.com and type in SETCHRA, etc., and you'll pull up a copy of my book. And there's the hardback and the softback and all that good stuff. But we're going to jump to doing that reading for Abel. Abel? Abel Campos? Or Abello? See, I think it's Abel. But it could be Abello. I don't know. You let me know if I'm pronouncing your name wrongly, or I'll pronounce it correctly if you let me know. Oh gosh, I gotta figure that out. Thank you, bro. Yes, the GoFundMe link is definitely. I'll get another one worked up here. I'm gonna do this reading first, and then I'll type. I got a few different things, and I've been trying this out to make sure we can get this working. But we'll see if I can find another clickable link on there. But yes, it is on the main page. For those who've never been here before, I will repeat it often. You know that. May every human on this world learn the lesson to not judge a book by the cover. It's not a hard lesson, but it is an important one. No, that's what free will is good for. Free will lets you judge all you want. Free will lets you do whatever you want to do, what you choose to do with your life. I encourage you to expound upon it. Encourage you to follow your faith, follow your heart to whatever direction it belongs in. It's only how you find you. You can't find you by walking my path. How did Hercules become so strong that he did everything he did? I just can't understand it. Well, the scientist would say, give me his blood so I could understand it. I'll put it under the microscope, and then I will see what is causing his enormous strength. It's freaking Hercules. Screw your understanding. He is strong, and he knows how to pull his strength when he needs it. Abel. Number one, self-reliance. Self-reliance is number one right here. Those things you've been waiting around for, waiting all day, and nobody shows up, and they said they were going to be there. They said they were going to be there. Okay? It's time for you to act. If somebody, I'll tell you what I do. If I make plans with somebody, and it's 5:10, or we're set up 5:10 p.m., That's what time he's going to be here. For me, I'll give him 10 minutes to be cool. But if the dude ain't texted me, called me, or told me shit 10 minutes past, I'm doing whatever the fuck I'm meant to do, with or without you. I don't give a fuck. And some people I've caught so damn well in their patterns, I said, you know what? I ain't waiting. I'm walking. I sent them a message. I said, you know the path I walk. If you really coming, drive the path and pick my ass up. People gonna let you down. But you, the person, you can actually rely on. That's why people rely on you and ask you to do so much, because you are a reliable person. So start relying on yourself a little bit more. What this is going to bring you to is the Scribe of Scepters. Now, the Scribe of Scepters is going to take some work. It's not going to be instant access. Now, at first, what you may be experiencing is a lack of ambition, low energy, gullible, hasty, lazy, lack of confidence, self conscious, excitable, unbalanced, mentally strained, feeling as if you're unfocused. That, that moment can happen if the wrong individuals are around. That confidence, that self confidence, self reliance is being put on others. Those things can kick up because the self is not used to being engaged in getting those things going themselves. But if and as you get into a positive rhythm of being, relying upon yourself, being confident in yourself, you're going to have inspiration. Good news is going to come to you. Discovery, communication, potential, creativity, charisma, that confidence, the calm, the quiet, hidden power, and that's all found in meditation. It's going to build your mental strength and it's going to help you be centered all the time. All the time. That will be a transformative stage for you. The self reliance, it's going to be easier for you to do. But the Scribe of Scepters portion, it's going to take a little effort. You're going to have to go to the gym and do some personal reps. You know what I'm saying? When you make plans to do something, start removing people out of your plans. Is it something that you can do without them? Then just do it. Just do it. Because that's going to help you rely on yourself. That's going to help you be confident about what you're actually capable of. And this, once you accomplish that and you get into that positive rhythm, not just the one time good news, but this stuff just keeps happening and happening. You're like, boom, you're nailing it. You got that. You're really, really sitting in that kind of meditative spot no matter what's going on. This will bring you to the portal of light. And this is a stage where you'll be growing in power and awareness as you've had breakthrough insights where you realize what you are not who you thought you were. You are, in fact, a much vaster being. Sometimes this was shocking and uncomfortable and difficult to accept, though at other times it is gentle and made much sense to you. And you're learning to integrate this awareness of your vast self into your life, and the practical consequences of doing so are extraordinary. And to live with less and less fear and insecurity, to become more detached and more passionate, more loving and less demanding, to need less and receive more, to feel more joy and exert less force to attain it. Such wonderful gifts await you. You also become capable of exerting healing influence beyond time and space, which means being able to help free yourself and others. Now, if you choose to share your healing gifts, you can learn to create freedom from trauma, from attachment, from history, and any other situation that may drain life force and distract from divine love, no matter whether occurring in this time or any other lifetime. And also, the Divine Mother guides you to powers and abilities that are beyond time and space. It starts with the realization that what has happened in the past has power over you only to the extent that you allow it. The portal of light is being opened to you now to travel through time and space, to release the past, to open up a future bright, and to call for more power in the present moment. And once you've done this for yourself, if you're guided into this healing path, then you can share this with others. Now, being guided by the loving blessing of Allset to assist you in this sacred interdimensional travel now for healing and understanding, more growth and more peace. And when I say Allset, the Divine Mother, however you connect and whatever your faith may be, that's okay with you. Put that they're the same one. If you've also drawn, well, let's just leave it like with that one there. This is also guidance that a phase of time or experience is over and a new cycle at a higher vibrational turn for the spiral is beginning. So prepare to ascend. Expect things to become lighter, freer, and faster moving in your life, even perhaps while you appear to be more surrendered and more peaceful with yourself. And I really want to bring out that's what's really kind of captured within there, but kind of flies right over the head at the same time, is that when we get used to a certain lifestyle, like we start getting used to like relying on ourselves, and we get those positive results. And we go this through this transformation, and we learn how to just kind of take care of things, let them flow. Good news comes through, and then we just start noticing the miracles that start popping up in life. The miracles just start coming to us. The good things just start happening, and that's the change, because you're no more like back at the beginning having to necessarily do everything yourself, but you've learned truly to go within to give the proper attention to all of those things, which allows you to truly manifest the miracles in and around life. And that kind of change, I'm speaking personally, that kind of change can really drive one to be like, nah, I got to keep working hard, I got to keep doing all of this stuff. But that change of life, that higher vibrational tunage, the past is not the future. Like, that's so, I've lived it over, I'm living it right now. Okay, so what I'm going to do here next is a guided meditation, short one, not long or anything like that. If you want to participate in it, when I start, you just close your eyes, and when I end, you open your eyes, and it's that simple. And if not, you don't have to, and nothing's gonna go down. Nothing's happening. Nothing's transferring. Whatever. But if you would like to, if you would like to participate in this, just close your eyes and imagine that you're projecting yourself into a candle light, sending your awareness into it until you sense all around you, either actually or with intention, bright white light, pure. Allow yourself to release anything at all, conscious or unconscious, that you feel weighs you down. Just release it to the light. Keeping your eyes closed. In this light beyond time and space, I enter the portal divine light and grace. I am free of shackles from this life or another. I surrender old fear to the Divine Mother. I now choose to be free of the past. In the present light of spirit, I now bask. In the portal of light beyond all time, love and light frees me into peace sublime. Kepra, 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 ra, 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 tuma, tuma, tum, kansu, kansu, kansu. Arsimi toki shabu banani shim trubinai. Arsimi toki shabu banani shim trubinai. Arsimi toki shabu banani shim trubinai. Abradabra, abradabra, abradabra. But I'm not going to spend the whole day doing readings and whatnot. I mean, if somebody would like to have a reading and I missed your comments in the chat, please feel free to send me a message or an email at cetra@yahoo.com, and that's boom boom right there in the chat log, and that's how you can contact me. And definitely we can arrange that. We can do a FaceTime. It can be done in that manner. There are people out there on TikTok and Instagram making some accounts saying that they're me, and I assure you, if we're gonna do a reading, I'm gonna do a FaceTime with you. I am not gonna text you. I'm not going. Be aware that there's scammers out there. You'll see my face and talk to me. But really, what I've learned with the tarot system and the oracle system, the cards and so forth, is that this is information that lets us know where we are in life and where we've been in life. These kind of things give us some type of aspect of awareness beyond what we're able to see around us. And this stuff, people, we use the cards and so forth. Though I tell you at a certain degree in time, those cards, that information is just flying out the noggin. That's what's flowing through you continuously. Turtle Duck, you want a reading? Yeah, I'll do a reading for you, Turtle Duck. I got you. Shadow Lion. You said me, please. Just curious. I'm scrolling up to see what you were talking about. Okay, well, I'm not saying anything else, so if so, you're gonna have to let me know. But see you next time, the man Stan. Oh, hey, good to see you again here. We'll get to that reading, Turtle Duck. Give me a moment. Man, there's a comment. Where is it? Hypnosis. There we go. Okay, so check it. Hypnosis. Okay, interesting factoid about hypnosis. Whenever you're reading a book or watching a movie, you're putting yourself into a state of hypnosis. Hypnosis is a trance state of the mind. The trance state of the mind is heavily affected by the breathing. Particular movies and books cause the mind to go into these breathing uh, uh, um, rhythms because of the entertainment and how we're receiving it, and these emotional rhythms create the breathing rhythms, which creates the trance state of hypnosis. In that state, you're in, like, seriously, at that moment, you're in heaven, and you can rewrite the world before you by paying attention to things correctly. I'm not BSing you. I'm not pulling the rug from under you. The reality is we are superhuman beings. We're doing magical things on a regular daily basis, and we don't know what the fuck we're actually doing. That's why we're creating a horrible future. It's like, no, you don't. It's like a person that is, they're got a blindfold on and they're just flinging their arms all around the art shop. They're destroying the canvases and the paints and the oils and the easels and everything. Stop for a moment and just feel a little bit slowly and be like, oh, that that's got brush. Yeah, we can paint. You can't see shit over here, but go make some real. You are capable and you do magical things every day because your brain goes into a trance state of being, which is essentially allowing you to connect with vibratory frequencies within the dark energy field. And that's where telepathic connection actually is happening. And for all those people saying, oh, he's smoking something else, bro, I don't get paid from these guys, and the bag's pretty much out. And, well, anyways, I won't be getting any much more soon anytime. But thcshop.co, you can order weed online, and if it's legal in your area, shit, they'll ship it to you in a little cool box. And you get some weed, and you be like, whoa, damn, this shit got me hot. It's fucking weed. So, just saying, great freaking world we live in. Turtle. We're gonna get to that reading, Turtle. Look, I got a turtle on me. See if we can find it in there. He's right there. There he is. See him? See? Turtle. Turtle. Turtle, turtle. Thanks. I'm in the United States for Eddie Moore. Uh, Technically, I am Jewish, and thanks. It's nice to be in the Turtle Club. Somebody said I look like a turtle, and I was like, yeah, I'll take it. There's this one time, and I was in this one place, and I was getting ready to leave, and the black turtle came to me. He's of the north. It's a black turtle, the black turtleways of the north. He came to me, and then I traveled all the way down south, and I came up and I saw this black turtle statue thing, and I was like, holy crikey. All right, I'm gonna do this reading here. And okay, shadows are the two for turtle, and then for shadow. Okay, I got you. We'll do those two. Okay, let's take care. Let's do turtle. Um, Ninja Turtles, man, they were created the year I was born. I want different cards though. I want no. We're going to use different cards. There'll be a different type of reading. We're going to change it up. Alright, here's a little lesson. I'm setting up for the two readings here, for Turtle and for Shadow Lion. And it's just interesting. Your name is Shadow Lion. When I went to an Apache tribe, they gave me a new name. And it wasn't just Apache, but there was Apache and Blackfoot were present, actually. And they gave me the name, literally, White Shadow was my name. That's some shit. But what it meant, I'll share with you what it meant was that the white was new life, and being able to work in the shadows was within the subconscious, within the heart. And so when I was given the name White Shadow, it was literally because I had proven. They put me through it before they gave me the name. They didn't just give me the name. Like, they saw me, they saw it firsthand. And essentially, I can go within somebody's heart and create and formulate a new life for them. And that's why they gave me that name. It's what I learned through the ancient ways, how to really excuse me, get to the heart of something. Excuse the pun, or not. All right. But going back to what I was speaking about as far as changing up the way, like if you do tarot reading, or if you do, or like that kind of, if you're working with a physical medium, it's important to change up what you're doing and how you do it, because there are spirits in this world who are truly disembodied, and they will go and share these methods that we use. They will see them and they will use them in a sense to understand how to mess with somebody and how to cause problems in readings. And by being able to change up the method in which you pull cards or shuffle, or the grouping of systems that you're putting together and arranging to do a reading, really kind of helps you stay ahead of the game. And what I mean ahead of the game means less bumps on the road. When I work on something, I do not like a repeating problem. If there's some repeating occurrence that is causing an impediment, a constant issue, a constant stopping in my progress, then I'll walk away from that job altogether. Whatever I'm doing, whatever the project is, it's like, this ain't for me, I'm done. Because I like to work on a smooth path. And that requires, again, being able to regularly change things up, and not just changing them up at a whim, but because your intuition is guided each time to do it. Anyways, turtle. Turtle, if you would be so kind, pick a number, any number between 1 and 129. Seven. Awesome. Thanks, little bro. I definitely gotta check the GoFundMe. I definitely gotta go check it. Thank you, bro. You're wow. I don't know. Well, I don't know. I'll go check it in a little bit. I don't know. I'm happy. Something's My heart feels really happy right now. Okay. Seven. Got you. I'm staying focused here on turtle. Okay, so when I ask somebody to pick a number, what I'm doing is I use my own language. And if you would like a copy of my book, a free copy, a PDF copy, just shoot me an email, cetra@yahoo.com, and I'll send you a free copy of it. And you can donate. I got the GoFundMe on the main page, on my bio page, on the main YouTube page here. But that's my email if you want a copy of this book. Anyways, I come here to the book, and in the back, I've got the characters listed, and then I've got the words each listed, and numerically, that is, and then I can find them alphabetically. Oh, nice. So Kalimsa is what number 7 is connected to. And I don't even need to go into the book and look at it. Kalimsa is beautiful because it is an unexplainable omen. I urge you, Turtle, and anybody else, I urge you to take the word coincidence, fucking throw it in the trash bag, wrap that mug up, toss it outside, take it to the dumpster to the street, make sure it's gone. Get rid of it. I'm done with it. In the beginning, that first little thing that happens is an omen. And at first, it's unexplainable. At first, we look at it and it just grabbed our attention. That was a sign from the divine. Now, we know that it was unexplainable at that moment. But now we're going to start paying attention because we know a message came through And because we don't understand it, we need to start paying attention to everything around us. These little details are going to come into play. Maybe we take a little journal with us and we write it down. Maybe you got a little audio recorder on your phone. Maybe you just have a great mind and you're like, boom, check, yup, yup, yup. This is your sequence. This is your dots that the universe is sending. These dots are breadcrumbs. When we get from one big breadcrumb to the next, that's how we realize, yep, that's how I got from here to there to there to here to there. I'm not confused about where I am. I know why I'm doing what I'm doing. Don't look like what anybody thinks. Don't sound like what anybody knows. But if I follow every single event in my life, I know exactly where it came and I could explain it to anybody. I could bust out my book, my journal. I could be like, this is my breadcrumbs. This is what I followed, and this is how I got where I am. And then people go, oh, okay. And anyways, having that in mind, really having that in mind here. Okay, now, turtle. I'm going to explain, well, here, let me explain this. So, what you're reading is, I'm going to show you the cards so you can visually see these cards. That those two cards were Nekebet and All Set. And essentially what this message is saying is that you will have success through psychic forces in the affairs governed by the deity. In our case, All Set, the Divine Mother. So, how do you psychically connect with the Divine Mother herself? Okay, I'm going to type something in here. That's Eng. E-N-G. Eng. Now look. I'm telling you. All them cards, all the explanations, they can do and they can explain a whole lot. But it doesn't do anything except tell you what's going on. And it's up to you, and you're still in the world and working and moving. When I've got an issue, what I'm about to read to you, when I follow this, when I got an issue in life and I follow this, it just fixes itself. I wind up going to sleep that night and the next day things are better. Monday. Now you could do this at any time. You could do this every day, but especially on Monday, and I do encourage any time. But on Monday, during the 2 hours of the moon, face south, wear something with white. You don't have to do no special gown or nothing, but just have something white clothing, even if it's a scarf hanging from your clothing, just something white. And use that word Eng, Eng, E-N-G. And at that time, visualize what you want to succeed in life. Is it the family at the house? Is it food? Is it, just a peaceful, non-interrupted kind of continuous flow of good life? Whatever it is you're looking for, seeking, visualize it at that time. And again, south and chanting. When I say chant, eng, ang, you wind up playing with the word. You can say it in any way. If you're chanting, you're resonating. Instead of saying chant, let's use the word resonate. You're resonating with the sounds of eng, eng. And as you resonate in that sound and you're visualizing what you want, facing south, especially on a Monday, you'll send out exactly what you need, where it needs to go, and that problem that you got in life, it's going to mysteriously get better real easy. There is a little bit of information I do want to read for you. Something I remind us all the time. Okay, now here's where the meat of the reading is going to come in for your conscious mind. Considering Mahat, Alset, the Divine Mother. And again, if it's connected for yourself, if you're more connected to Christian or whatever you're connected to, whatever faith, connect with that, and that's okay. Use her name and her visual instead of this. That's okay. That's completely acceptable. And the big recommendation here, the big counsel, it says, by devoting ourselves to realizing our true self, the indwelling intelligence, we come to realize that the true self in all beings is none other than the Supreme Being. Thus, we elevate our devotion to uplifting our character and the caring for others to the highest levels of spirituality. Now, as we're receiving this reading, remember that every emotional experience is a mediumistic trance induction which creates or reinforces a conditioning. Okay. Rather than reading, I'm going to explain it. Okay. Earlier, I was making mention how if you watch a movie or you're reading a book, you're in a hypnotic trance state of being. Okay, self-induced. We do this all the time. When we do this, the emotions that we're feeling, that's the energy generating truly to maintain that trance state, to stay active. The emotion is required. Okay, now during that time, whatever you are telling yourself, whatever you're actually doing, is going to reinforce a positive habit or a bad habit. Most people don't think about anything, so they just stick in the trance and then they come out of it. They go into it and they go out of it. It's like, I don't know. There's no analogy for it. They jump into it and they come right out. They don't do anything. Nothing was created. They visited. But what I've given you in this reading, you jump into that mediumistic trance because those emotions, whatever you're feeling, whether it be a movie or because of whatever situation you're connected to while you're chanting Eng, when you're going over that, resonating that sound, the resonance of Eng, and that's resonating with your body, visualizing, having that emotional being, visualizing and seeing your dreams, they will manifest. This is what I've worked for myself, and this is what I have found winds up working and helping um, others as well. So, anyways, that's your reading, Turtle. And the Divine Mother, she's going to communicate with you more so when you see those little omens, those little things that really connect and grab your attention. Those are going to happen more frequently for you in the next. If, if they're just gonna start happening to be more frequent. So when you see it, I encourage you to detract from saying the word strange, because this is going to become very familiar. And this is how I found divinity truly works with us, is they give us these signs, these little omens. I'll say it for people that have joined or weren't here earlier, but people call them coincidences. Trash that mug. These are omens, these are signs from our spiritual mother. All right. Shadow Lion. Or before I move on, do you have any questions or anything, Turtle Duck? Okay, cool. Resonance. So I do want to start talking with Black Sunflower 333. Um, okay, I'm going there. I'm coming to you, Shadow Lion. We get into that reading next. I gotta take a little stop. Gotta take a stop here. Yeah, okay. Um, Black Sunflower 333 Egyptologist here. That's what they said. They typed Mahat isn't a divine mother. Black Sunflower 333, their words, they typed Egyptologist here. Mahat isn't a divine mother. Wow. Well, this comes in to people who study numbers and details, and their heart was never opened. And thus division exists because the masculine portion of the mind, we were talking about this earlier, and the feminine portion of the mind, they must be unified to come into a oneness. Our duality must come into a singularity. For until that happens, we will divide everything and say that doesn't belong with that. You can't do that. I love this world. And I love free will, and I love everything I've learned from all around the world. Because it don't matter what somebody believes. It only matters what you've embraced. You could believe in a mother. I ain't talking about divine nothing. I'm talking about physical. You could believe in a mother all you want. But until you have been within her bosom and wrapped your arms around her, and she has cared for you every single day and protected you and provided and fucking went into the depths of the fucking dung out in the streets to take care of your ass, then you don't fucking know shit about a mother. Believe her or not. It's all about your embrace and what your heart has reached out to and actually grabbed a hold of. You could believe anything you want to. And you could be anything you dream. This whole world is going to try to cage you. because your mind and your heart can create so much happiness, joy, pure joy, not ill gotten, but honest gain. And when you grab that, and you will, when you grab that, don't you let nobody take it from you. Don't let no one steal that away from you, because they will not honor that as you. They'll destroy all your good stuff. You keep your peace. You keep your love, because that's how you're going to rise up above like a dove. Otherwise, you won't be weighed down just like everybody else, not able to get off this rock. I love you. All right, Shadow Lion. I had to take that detour. It was great. Thanks. That was a nice one. All right, Shadow Lion. We go into these to this deck here. This deck I'm working with. I've read from this book here. What is an ancient oracle system on the Egyptian side of things? All right, sweet. Shadow Lion. So there was one dream I had. It wasn't a lion, it was a tiger, but still, lion and tiger, it's pretty darn in the same ballpark if you ask me. And I had seen this. It was a vision. It was a full-on vision. My body physically was asleep, and I was awake, and I opened my eyes, and it was dark, sunlit, dark beach in front of me, ocean water behind me, grass right after the sand, good, clean, sweeping grass, and a tall, straight line of trees, nice and tall, and their tops are green like you'd imagine. And I'm looking at all this. It was like I was fucking there, dude. Like, you're alive right now is like this moment. And I looked directly in front of me, and there was a motherfucking tiger. And I said, I can't outrun the tiger. But I also said, I'm still gonna try. And I took off running because a fucking tiger was like 30 yards in front of me, like right there. And I'm like, fuck, no cage, no nothing. And, but the tiger wasn't chasing me, and the tiger never came after me. Even when I turned and ran, the tiger did not chase after me. And when I woke up, I did not feel scared or bad or like it was a nightmare. And then I learned that tiger was there because he was like, yo, I'm your mount. Like, I'm your best friend, bro. Like, I'm your guardian. Like, however you want to call it, see it, name it. Like, I'm here. And we're going to roll together. And, so interesting name. Okay, I got a funny story. That's a short one. I can outrun a dog. I'm fast. Um, fast. I can sprint like a mug. You can't even tell how old I am. Young people call me old, and old people call me young. I'm right in the middle. All I need to do is my stretches in the morning, and I'm good to go. But I was wearing dress shoes, Stacy Adams, patent leather, smooth wood bottom dress shoes. And I told this motherfucker, I can outrun your dog. He said, no, you can't. I said, all right, let's line up and do this thing. We went to the fucking street outside in the middle of the night. Me and the dog lined up together. The dude was down the way, called his dog. I outran and beat that dog. I fucking outran that mug. I don't give a fuck. I'm fast. I don't need to be strong. I'm so fast, I'll get at your back before you could turn around. Central nervous system, don't take much. Just saying, if you ever find yourself in a bad spot, good to know. Anyways, you got a couple of cards here, Shadow Lion, which is pretty. You've been on a journey. You've been making some progress. You've been doing some work. And the two cards you got were Amen and Alsa, the Divine Mother. Very interesting. The Amen card is not one that generally comes out, and is definitely a sign that you've made some massive progress, which anybody on this journey knows that it takes a hit or two. Okay, so this is gonna. I read the emotional trance connection stuff, whatnot. Here's the information. Attachment and receptivity to one's conditioned behavioral patterns will bring harm despite a good memory, a fertile imagination, caring, sincerity, good transability, kindness, and tenderness. Okay, let me be plain speech. Like I said, you've made a lot of ground. You've got a lot of positive abilities. Okay, kindness to all that good stuff that it mentioned, and a lot more. I'm quite sure. Now, the part that we're talking about is the conditioned behavioral patterns will bring harm despite all of those good things. Conditioned behavioral patterns, I mentioned this, anyways. So essentially, I'm just using an example. I want to switch from coffee to orange juice and a healthy shake. I want to switch from coffee to a healthy shake. I want a healthy shake every morning rather than coffee. Okay, so my conditioned pattern is that when I run out of coffee, or when I'm getting close to running out of coffee, I'll take the whatever money I've saved or got to the side. I'm gonna go to the store and I'm gonna go buy some coffee. Okay, then I have to change that. My conditioned response. I've been doing this for 7+ years. It's conditioned response. I want this. This is what I chose. This is what I'm living. This is a habit I put into my life. I said I want this coffee in my life every day. Boom. I make sure I got it. But I'm changing my life. Example. So I say I'm gonna have shakes, healthy shakes every day. So I have to consciously change. I have to be aware. I have to make a plan, because if I just go at the whim and don't plan nothing, then I'm gonna run out of coffee or get close to it, and I'm gonna go buy more coffee, not even thinking about it. It was a habit, all that good memory, all that understanding, all that ability didn't mean nothing because I didn't change my habit, my regular dealings. So what do? I grab a book, I take a note, I leave this book on my note on my desk, and so I see it every day, and then I say, okay, I'm running out of coffee. Oh wait, there's my note right next to my coffee pot. Oh shoot, darn. Okay, I'm going to the store. I'm not spending $20 on a big old can of coffee. I'm gonna buy some milk and I'm gonna get some juice. I'm gonna get some fruit. Okay, all right then. I have to change my behavior. And at this point, I'm pretty sure you're well aware that 40 days of doing anything will create a new habit. Pretty sure you know about that. And so introduce new habits, choose new habits, pick new hobbies, shake things up. Fucking my mom, I'm not saying for yourself, but just for example, I asked my mom for many years, Mom, what do you like to do? Mom, what do you like to do? Because I play video games, I do stuff, but mom just sits at home and just watches TV. I like to watch TV. That's not liking to do. That's not finding a hobby. Watching TV is not a fucking hobby. It's whatever it is. Anyway, anyways, it's a hobby club technically. Well, anyways, but towards the end of my mom's life, in those last many years, she will go outside and she water the front yard with the water hose. She practically turned the damn thing into a pond. But you know what? That's what she liked to do. She just wanted to freaking water the then that's what my mom liked to do. Then shoot, somebody gonna come around bothering my mom for watering the damn grass. I could take care of them real quick. You just keep on stepping. That's what she liked to do. And so she find some hobbies. Fulfill fill your life with positive and things. That's something that I have a difficult time too as well. Is truly being able to get into a state of just having fun. I'm always learning or trying to take care or trying to do this or healing or whatever. But just being able to truly um, break a cycle of unwanted habits or unproductive habits, all of that you'd be aware of. And then on the Divine Mother's side, it was mentioning the trance state ability. I know you heard all of that, so all of that I mentioned is he had a technical different card, but it's the same one in that regard. And if you ever wanted to use the ENG, and this goes out to anybody truly, and you literally face south and you literally go over the word Eng. You don't have to shout it. You could just say it quiet if you want to, but you're just resonating. I say the word chant, but I really intend resonating because like for me when I do it, it's like getting kind of and it's a personal thing. You know how it goes. And if you don't, I'm sure I'll do it at some point in the future. I usually say something and wind up doing it. Um, okay, we'll read a little bit extra. I got a little bit more for you, Shadow, before I close that one. I close this one. Okay, so Amen. Here's a couple pieces of good information. It says the living of the knowledge of the essential and original unconditioned state of our spirit is a fundamental prerequisite for achieving success in all our undertakings. Let me stop right there. The knowledge of the unconditioned state of my spirit. A spirit that becomes conditioned is known as John, Tim, Demon, Angel. It has a name and a title. It fits into a mold that we can envision. It's a cage for the spirit. Your spirit, your holy soul that exists within you in its original state, has no conditions upon it. It can morph into anything. It can fill any space. It can become anything. And that's why it's so important to believe and trust in yourself and to ignore the limitations of the thoughts of others, because they condition their soul to limit what it could cause their flesh to do. But if you believe, your holy, it will make your dreams come true. That's why I tell you, you could be anything you want to be. Truly, you can. If you dream it, shoot, sometimes I can't even dream it. I could just say, I like that direction. That sounds great. You know, like some flavor of ice cream. They got 50 different flavors, but they all contain vanilla. You know, like I want to try all of them. It's, well, that one, that direction. I don't know which one it is, but that direction, that grouping, that's the direction I'm gonna go in. Open up that grouping of flavors to me. This is where we gain success in life, in physical life, in any situation, because you know what? I'm not stuck as Christopher. I could become a god, or I could become a little kid, or I could be a little fairy, or I could be a cousin. I can morph into whatever I need to be for the moment, and then I could get back to some baseline settings and go back to some peace. Some content with what I have. I'll morph into something when I need to get there. So it's so true, so true. Now, the realization of this goal is the ability to maintain a state of deep inner peace that cannot be upset by externals. And this is a condition called Hetept. And realization of this particular knowledge is the final goal of life. Realization of it. To actually realize this is a truth, to enter this state of Hetept, to be able to have this inner peace, to be able to shift and adapt as you can. Now, for there are those out there that are ignorant. Ignorant meaning they don't know any better. Stupid means they knew better, but they did it anyways. They couldn't learn. That's why I don't put up with stupid. Ignorance means we just didn't know, but now we know, so it changes things. Anyways, not knowing of the knowledge of our essential state leads to the identification with our conditioned reflexes and our behavioral patterns. It is the fundamental cause of all failures and ultimately evil in the world. Again, we go back to those behavioral patterns. And that is when you walk into a room and those people, they only see you as Tim. That's it. Tim the janitor. That's it. You're Tim the janitor. Well, shoot, you go home and you fucking weld and you built a house and your family loves you and you got friends over here, and man, people don't see you as like Tim, the janitor. What the fuck? It's just a job. And so this is why it's important for oneself to be connected to their inner spirit, which is ultimately unconditioned, which can become. Now, moving into the spiritual counsel side of things, in receiving an Amen reading, you're being reminded to renew your experience of the essence of your being. You are in danger of identifying with the conditioned state of your person, thus limiting your potential to achieve. Understanding the information regarding the knowledge of the self is not enough, as mentioned. And here's where it really kicks in. You must stop your thoughts and thus enable the focus of your consciousness to return to its source, to drink of the San Ankh, the essence of life. Now, also, 8 hours of sleep, very important. Shadowline, super. Right now, on this particular reading, it is saying you need 8 hour. You need your 8 hours of sleep. Like, that's a priority. That's a big priority. That's that's going to help a whole lot with everything going on. This really allows the consciousness a way to uh, the storehouse of our life force is truly rejuvenated when we sleep. And to get the full 8 hours really gets that complete rejuvenation and being fully like healed up until the next day is right now, at least that's what it's being called to. And I want to mention that aspect of stopping your thoughts. And so I'm going to give you from starter to advanced techniques of how to stop incoming thoughts. If you've had none, if you've done none, no work on that regard. And so essentially, when you go and take 5 minutes out of the day, this could be a new habit that you're creating in your life. So you could do it once a day, and you get a timer, and you'll be on your phone or whatever, and you can't control the sound from outside your house or outside the window or anything, but within your own space, it's you're going to close your eyes and you're going to turn all the sound off and start the 5 minute timer, or I should say start the 5 minute timer and close your eyes, and that's in that state of being. And you're going to have chosen a word. I use the word love in love for example. And so I have thoughts that start coming into my mind as I'm sitting there quiet, and I'm going to say the word within my mind, love. And if those thoughts keep coming, I'm going to repeat the word love because I'm stopping all incoming thoughts. And I'm not thinking about anything new. I am choosing to stop the activity of my brain receiving ideas and information. I want quiet time in my brain, and I'm putting my foot down. And so that's now, as you work on that meditation technique, you can increase the 5 minutes to a longer duration. Now, that's one aspect of increasing this. The other aspect of increasing this is that we're going to move from saying the word love or any other word you choose within your mind to stop the incoming thoughts. Instead of saying a word, we're going to shift for at least one of those times. Instead of saying the word, we're going to go like this with our fingers over our mouth. And on a technicality, on a big spiritual reality, the finger over the lips like this is telling the brain to not think thoughts. It's actually not telling the mouth anything. It's telling the brain to stop thinking thoughts. So that word to stop the thoughts becomes a hand gesture. And then that hand gesture, in time, either sooner or later, can become visualized within the mind. So then you don't have to say anything and you don't have to do anything. You can literally have a visualization stop incoming thoughts. And that will allow you to be able to connect with the unconditioned state of your spirit. And that's what I got for you, Shadow Lion. That was a good reading. I like that one. I hope that resonated with you. Cool. Thank you, MC Jam, McJim. I like that. Cool. Cool, Shadowline. Very good, very good. I'm glad that connected. Boom, and I'm glad other people were able to gain from that. And that's definitely a great thing. Boom. Yeah, yes, yeah. You know what? Definitely, I'll smoke a lot of weed to help. That's for sure. Weed is a great benefit as far as I see it. It's been a great tool to be able to bring some calm. Um, Interesting enough, when I started smoking weed, and the reason why I started smoking weed, and how I was taught, like atmospherically, not just the bowl or whatever, but atmospherically in the room and in my mind. I didn't know, but man, they were teaching me. They were teaching me how to do exactly just that. And at first, when we first ride a bicycle, what do we need? Training wheels. But eventually, we can get rid of the excess and stay up on our own two cycles. Our own two wheels. And I have found, from my own personal experience, that the substance, the plant, the flower, the herb, nature, helped me learn how to tap into that ability ever much more so. It helped me learn that I can work with it or I can work without it. And if I don't have it, well, I'll put in a little extra effort, sure, of course. And with it, boom, connects a little bit quicker. Don't have to do that such a long meditation work in the beginning to really get into that flow state, get into that zone of really being disconnected and not having everybody else's thoughts jump in. And so there are those aspects that can really help us learn and to become aware of what we can do. For another instance, the phone, I believe completely and have believed and have interacted as and such, but as much as we're connected with the phones and putting everything together, I believe truly within that our hearts are connected to each other. I believe we are resonating dreams to each other. I do believe our souls do travel at a time in the temples of old, along with the pyramids, along with the obelisks. These were resonators that allowed that communication to actually happen. We need these devices to remind us of what we are already doing. I believe we're more connected than the electronic device. The electronic device, it can't send the energy of the heart, but somehow quantumly through time and space, like some manifestation of God, it does transfer. And maybe you not experienced it other places, but I've talked to plenty of few number of people, and they chatted with me afterwards and whatnot, and they were like, "I felt that. It happens here, and it's because we are unified. We are together." And when you're in a group of people and you don't have that connection with them, that's because they truly are divided and they truly are at odds with themselves. Well, now you know why you get treated bad all day, because they getting treated like crap by everybody else. Makes sense. Might as well just shake it off and choose not to be there anymore. There was one particular juncture in my life, and there's like three different people. They all had the same issue. Their job. Um, I'm not giving all details out, but the same issue is that their jobs are causing the problem. I could see it plain as day. I know the spirit path, and they just had to drop the job and another one's gonna line up. They're gonna be all right. They're gonna find another path because that job is what was causing all the problem. It wasn't the job; it was the people. It was the energy that was being resonated. It's it's like taking a shower, but as soon as you show up to work, there's like fucking trash being dumped all over your body. What the frick, man? Well, that's what winds up happening, but on a spiritual sense, on an energetical level. I mean, you know it. They have the devices that can read energy, and we got probes that they can send, and they fly by another planet with satellites and tell us what kind of rocks and weather it has. The fuck? Of course, they can look and see what's going on this planet, the energy that humans are resonating back and forth, and we walk around as if it's not even happening, but we feel it. And the more that one attunes themselves to this through all the kind of facets that we connect with and mention, especially that adaptability, I'm gonna go back to it. The unconditioned state of the soul, truly able to manifest into anything, so much like the Joker, can morph into anything. It's ready to shift. It's ready to change gears. It's ready to take on life. And for a lot of people, you may not know it or not, but I do love throwing cinnamon in with my coffee. I don't do it all the time, but it's healthy for the body, and it tastes pretty jam. Mm-hmm. No, not cannabis coffee. Okay, I'll give you a room tour. You want a room tour? Like, did you draw the images on your wall? No. I thought about it. No. Your tapestry, there's just tapestries, and people say they think I got like rugs hanging from the ceiling, and I'm like, rugs hanging from the ceiling, man. Maybe rugs on the wall, but not on the ceiling. Where'd it go? Okay, look, I'm just saying if Gandalf the Grey was around, I'd be like, bro, can we please, like, we need to have a duo chat here. I think the live stream might go a little frenzy crazy. It'd be wonderful. Like, we could, like, have our stabs together. See, this is what I think, okay? Look, if if I'm ever gonna be like a part of anything, then we gotta have regular staff meetings. And that means that if you ain't got your staff, you don't get in. It's a staff meeting. Actually, I used to, it's kind of off topic and it's kind of funny too that my brother, he thought I bought a Gandalf the White Staff, and then I went to like visit my dad, and then my brother told my dad that I had a wizard staff, but, and my dad was like, "Do you have a wizard staff?" And it technically broke because it came in two parts, and it was like freaking lead metal at the top of like the flimsiest wood you could, put together. And I'm not harping on the product or anything, but it was in pieces because I used it, like I did stuff with it. And my dad was like, "Do you have a wizard staff?" And I was like, "No." In my mind, it was like, "It's in pieces. It's technically not. It's not a staff right now." Oh, um, there were some other things really nice. Okay, it was asked yesterday, and I think the day before, and somebody said, "How long does it take you to get dressed?" Uh, if we're including a shower, if we're including a shower at the beginning of the morning, uh, like 40 minutes. If we're not including a shower, then like 10 minutes, 15 maybe. Like, I don't, I don't know. People, I talk about adaptation, right? And changeability, not being stuck to one thing. And so, like, but on the exterior, for my exterior appearance, I find something that I jam with, and then I'm just gonna go to sleep. I'm just gonna go to sleep. I'm not wiping my makeup off. Shoot, I hope it survives tomorrow, so I don't have to waste more of the product and have to spend money I don't have on more makeup. So I make it last as long as I can. Shoot, Lou, there I just darken that spot that ain't so dark anymore from the day before. Um, so it doesn't take a long time for me to get ready in the morning, and I've literally I used to be a part of the Renaissance world, and waking up in the morning, I would wake up super early because at the time I was staying in a tent, so it was public showers, for at least for my option of living, and you either wait till 6 a.m. and every mug is in that shower and you wait in with your shit outside, or like me, early bird gets the worm. I'm gonna wake up at 4 a.m. and go fucking take my shower and pick any old lolly one I want to and use all the hot water I want to and ain't gonna hear nobody else say anything for anybody, and I'm gonna go take care of my stuff. And when you do your thing on a regular basis, and this just becomes a way of life. Fuck getting ready for the show. Life is the show. Did you wake up and not be able to get on the go? Huh, that's why you gonna miss out. Because you are not staying active. Like any proper runner, you have got to stay limber and active so that you're ready for the race. If you're not doing that, then things are going to lock up and cause you difficulties. And so, in that same fashion, while the clothing and appearance may be something that becomes a stable factor in my life, we all like something that seems stable and regular, especially amidst a world of change. I know my spirit is changing. I know my essence is changing. I know my mind is growing. I know other individuals. All of that stuff starts to come into it. But I look in the mirror and I say, "Man, there's that one. There's, mm-hmm. Do I look like I came out of a cookie cutter fucking assembly line? Good. I succeeded." Ooh, just gonna show you the room.
Thank you, Brittany Ellen. She said, I have a unique nose. Most people say I got a big nose. Other people say, are you Jewish? Because that nose looks awfully Jewish. Watch out, the dragon will get you. I'm just being silly.
There you go. Oh, thank you, Magic Madness. Appreciate that. It's interesting how my journey has been. Different elements of my life have been around. I don't see things that I seem to not know. But like truly the things that come into my life that essentially filled up my room. So since it's still back to you, like I know that we created a real very good. And it feels as though everything is at home, everything that is taken. Not so much, not so much that it's an item that you just play with or whatever. The home has its own. There's a spirit state. Either that spirit's gonna live inside of my body itself, or it's gonna never feel like home. I'll take care of until I feel very good. And I think it's the reality in this conscious state. This is not just viewed by myself, but I have to. I haven't started seeing things in this manner. I learned how others do as well. And that's when I realized that there's a lot of people that are truly awake and truly do understand this well, but they've lived a rough life just thinking that they've come against formidable challenges that left them bruised. And for my part, there's no contributing reasons why I do what I do and continue what I do. If I'm going to resist succeeding and listen to what you become and realize with myself, with my own ability, and she helped me realize how many other people could do that. No sound. No, we got sound. Yeah. We back. Cool. Sorry about that there. It's happened twice today. Very, 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 very intriguing. Hmm. What was I talking about? But truly, in that journey, in my journey of pulling different elements together, it has helped me to be able to see that what I have is not just possessions of items, it's not just physical items. They're houses for the spirits, they're homes for the spirits. And we give them life. There are some, and they never materialize into a physical body. They don't want that life at all. They had it before, and they don't want to work in this realm. They don't like this realm, not in that regard, but they want to help all that they can. And it was interesting for so much time afterwards. I had no clue other people kind of did this, and then not really. Like I might have saw things growing up as a kid, but I never like looked into any like real understanding of it or anything. I didn't know anybody who really kind of did this stuff. And then I started learning about other countries and other people in the world. And in some parts of the world, this is what everybody in the country does. This is what everybody is into. This is what they understand as part of their legit remembrance of everything. And they value it. And I was like, damn, like I valued what I was doing already. But then when I learned how other people did it in other parts of the world, I was like, well, shoot, let's go. Let's go. It's go time then. I don't know what's going on in America and why everybody has to sell spirituality as some black mass calling of you're fucking joining the devil and now you're killing the world because you got into something different other than Christianity. But god damn, if people have been bullies of thoughts, that's what happened. Nobody could think anything else. Nobody could be no difference. You have to think only what I think. Fuck you. There's 1,000 books. There's 1,000,000 books in the world. And if I can read 1,000,000 books, gosh darn nabbit, I want to read 1,000,000 books. Not just your book. Fuck just your book. I want to read your book and I want to read everybody else's book. I want to put all of it together. I'm not a fast reader. I can't read that fast. There's some people, they can read super fast. But you get what I'm saying. And that's where we're able to excel. That's where we're able to put things together where in our past nobody's ever put things together before. That's why all of us in this world can make discoveries that nobody's ever made because people have been stuck in division. And when I say that, I'm going back to the spirit. I'm going back to what one is naturally connected to. So, as we're cleaning and washing off that division aspect of our intellect upon our own people, upon our own living organisms on this planet, we can certainly make some proper progress if at least sometimes even for myself I know I'm the issue and it's time I gotta get out the way. I was causing enough problems, enough questions, enough slowdown. Anybody slow down too long in their own workings, they're gonna lose their own direction and that ain't good for them. That ain't good for no one. I'm gonna read that. Uh, Randall from Florida typed in there. That was beautiful. If I may, Randall. He said, a sudden shift, a hidden door, a footprint on an untouched shore. The moment that it was lost or sealed, steps into light, at last revealed. Beyond the map where shadows grow, we risk the dark to simply know. That was awesome. That was beautiful, bro. That was beautiful. That's all. That's real. Beyond the map. I'm on right there. Beyond the map. Beyond the map, where we have to start looking at the shadows because there ain't enough light to see what's around us. Beyond the map is where people haven't checked before, where you haven't checked before. The divine that you're connected to, even if you see that energy within yourself and connected to whatever source you may name it to be, it is truly beyond the map. It is truly, it's all, they have the map. They know the grid, they know the energy, they know the flow. And what we know sometimes just don't want to go, don't fit for the show. And that's why we keep seeking. We keep seeking. Beautiful, beautiful, Randall. Boom. That was Oliver's phone. Ha! That's where we got it. Okay, boom. We'll read that one. I found it. Found another one, anyways. Oliver typed in there. He said, "From hidden depths of primal night, you rose to spark the solar fire, a secret breath, a blinding light that lifted Egypt's sacred spire." It's beautiful. Sure. We could do more readings. Who wants a reading? We'll see how many. Make Jim, if you wanted a reading. Okay, so that's two people that they said wanted readings. I perform in multiple readings, so I can simply pull cards. You don't even have to ask a question or put anything present. I'm connecting, and the cards are going to guide me to those answers. I can do I can do a psychic reading, and it does. I mean, I have, and so yeah, I can do a multitude of types of readings. Hey, real quick before I go on, I've seen you, it's typed a couple of times, so I want to respond to it. Kirkb0076 stated, etc. What the mind expects to happen tends to be realized. Go out and create your own world. Be the light that you want to see. And what the mind expects to happen tends to be realized. And what my mind has realized is the reason why I don't have a multitude of friends to go out and hang out with is because people are thinking more based upon their animal instincts. People are connected to different desires and traits rather than learning. I don't have a girlfriend or wife or anything like that in my life, technically, at this moment. And I haven't for many years. Why? Because there's nobody intellectually equipped to just hang with me on a regular day to day basis that's not looking at whatever crap has been going on in our past world. So, what I realized was that in order for me to engage this world physically in person, society needs to grow up. And the only way I can do that is to come on here every single day and share what I can with as many people will listen around the world. And I can't get those results at some stage I'm going to walk onto. I don't know a business manager and got some hookup and set up like that. I don't have a car. I don't drive. Shoot, I don't do those things. So there's so many doors and options closed to me. And this is why that's why suggestions, encouragement is positive. And it is true. I agree with you. The mind expects to happen tends to be realized. Tens. Not 100%, not flawless, not a regular 80%, not a regular 67%, not anything, just tens. I like to make things get a little scientific in my spiritual journey so that I know what I'm stepping into and moving forward with. Not everything the mind focuses on is realized. If one is not pulling their chakras together, if one does not have their mind, body, and heart together, those things they won't be realized. That's that person saying, "Oh, I'll go to the gym tomorrow. Oh, I'm going to start working out tomorrow." And that's what they say every day, and they've been saying it for 5 years because their actions don't change. Like we were talking about earlier, our habits are fundamental to our regular abilities. Okay, that's three for card readings. All right, hold on. So, Lottie Martin, and then Swan Lake. Oh, wait. That was a plus, so I'm gonna. So, Lottie Martin, Magic Madness, and Swan Lake. And Natasha Lee, and Kirk B. Okay, that's five I got. Okay, cool. Okay, those are going to be the five I wind up doing. I got to type those names in or else I'm going to forget them and lose track of it. So give me a moment. And so as I go over these readings, I'll mention your name before I start going over it, and then make sure that you're there, and then we'll progress. So we're gonna. I read those names just now. Yeah, we got Natasha in there too. Okay. Okay. So if I mention your name just there, I'll do a reading for you. But stick around. We'll get to you. I'm gonna use the bathroom super fast. And then I'm gonna fill up my coffee, and then we'll get to some readings. Yeah. Very welcome, Kirby. Trust no one. 38. Transformation. It's amazing. Brittany Allen. I had two daughters, Tiffany Rose and Stephanie Mary, and they passed away in a car crash in 2022. So I technically do not, and that's why, well, I never lost sight of being a father. And my dreams to my daughters, since they're not here in the flesh for me to do those things for, I said I ain't quitting, and I'm still going to do what's in my heart, even if somebody else gets it, because there's enough people in this world who did not have a mom or a dad, and maybe they did, but they weren't there. You know what I'm talking about. You know how somebody could be there, but they weren't there. You know how mom and dad, like anybody could give birth, okay? But like fulfilling the role, like I ain't no mom. I'm not. If I had a little kid, like I got to have the lady there, or whatever the case, because they're gonna get sick or something. I don't know what to do. You're gonna keep coughing. You'll get better eventually, or not. I ain't. Anyways, I recognize what I'm good at, and just because something gets taken away, don't mean it's gonna stop me from doing what I do. I could just reach out to. It's all about channeling. And channeling, and you transmute the energy. And either you're going to do something good with your life and you're going to feel good about yourself every single day, or you're going to lie and take advantage of things and people, and you're going to feel bad about yourself every day. And that's going to change your whole life. That's going to change your dynamic of everything. That's what it did for me, anyways. kind of funny because stuff you see on me and whatnot, and in my space, expect some kid, probably expect some old lady, probably expect some old grandpa. It's like my whole family lives with me. Just because they dead and gone and from the flesh don't mean their soul moved on. Not at all. No, it's totally cool. Totally alright. Okay. Lottie Martin 22, are you still here? Give him a moment to type back. I'm in my 40s. Alright, cool. Kirby. I'm scrolling up Kirby to your last comment, or trying to anyways. Deepest sympathy, my brother. Being your own authentic self isn't easy. You do you, and you'll create your own gravity. You'll draw in the people that matter. Right there, that's where my heart is. That's where I exist. Where you what that right there, like that's I exist in that, bro. Like that's what the divine showed me, and I had this vision. We're gonna get to you, Lottie, right here. Um, and that's like that's yeah that's the massive part of the whole vision that I have. And you know, the world's created a lot of bad products, and I said, you know what, I'm going to create a bunch of good products, because if they were my daughters, I ain't going to do nothing that's going to hurt them. I ain't going to do nothing that's going to trick them. So then I see the whole world as my daughters. I ain't trying to tell nobody to call me dad or nothing like that. I ain't getting nothing crossed or overly close or attached, no junk like that. But my own perspective, my own viewpoint, that's why so many people, they'll get bad comments or whatever the case. And it doesn't matter because that's my own daughters right there. I ain't going to swing back on my daughters. I was gone for a few good many years. I was off doing what the good Lord and God wanted me to do. I certainly wouldn't do nothing to harm their life. And so that's how I approach life all around me. It's how I can see beauty, even amidst chaos and turmoil. It's how I can stay focused and not want to hurt or harm or do anything like that. You know, the spirit, you may or may not know, but working with the spirits, the more work you do with them, the more responsibility you have. People talk about casting bad spells and stuff like that. Holy crikey. Shoot, somebody go misusing their power? Oh my. So they ain't got humans to be afraid of. They got the Almighty to be afraid of. And all his children. I tell you what. Watch out. It's a responsibility. It's a massive amount of responsibility to do the correct thing. And just because you could do something doesn't mean you should do something. Be the stronger person. You could have all the muscle and all that stuff. But all right, Lottie. We've got Lottie Martin. We've got the Lady of the Stars and the Eight of Scepters. Now, this Eight of Scepters, Lottie, is really bringing out hastiness, action, momentum, energy, dedication, ignoring distractions, clear paths. More than one individual running up there with their staff. Their staff is what they've accumulated to be grounding and stabilizing. But they know each their path, and they are moving, each one. And where you're moving towards is Syrian energy. That's where this card brings out here. The Lady of the Stars, the Priestess of Sirius. Syrian energy takes the inner path and spiritual healing journey into a whole new stratosphere. It's wise, ancient, and extremely high vibrational energy. It takes a certain level of soul evolution to be able to consciously register Syrian light and transmit it on this planet. The heart in question must be able to consciously cultivate unconditional love for it to occur. However, we can still receive Syrian light and healing assistance even if we are still learning to more consistently come from unconditional love. We will feel it more and more strongly as we grow spiritually. But even in our learning phase, we can open our hearts to this divine celestial goddess and allow her, through her priestess Lady Allset, to bless us with genuine spiritual gifts. And when I say Lady Allset, it's the Divine Mother. And you can, if you see the Divine Mother is anybody else, then fill in them in that spot. That's totally acceptable. Goddess Sirius, through her priestess Lady Allset, is reaching to you now. She has offerings of great spiritual support and a message that there is something significant that you need to be aware of in your life right now too. Now, accepting this assistance, the celestial assistance, is unconditional love of Sirius that will help you now. Now, to receive this assistance, you can choose to surrender into your heart and allow divine love to infuse and heal, direct and unfold all aspects of your life and growth. It is total trust and surrender with absolute faith that even unexpected twists and turns will be leading you in the best direction. Advanced souls are capable of feeling and receiving the high vibrational love from Syrian star systems more consciously and consistently. It can come to feel like a perpetual spiritual sun above the crown of your head, above the crown of your head, nourishing you with a light at all times, causing your own soul light to grow brighter. Now, as you surrender into your heart, your soul light will feel more and more palpable to you. The gifts of Sirius flow into the soul like a cup receiving divine nectar. And the more aware and connected you are to your soul, the more conscious you will be in recognizing the blessed effects of Syrian light in your life. The priestess Lady Allset wishes to help your soul connect with Sirius and you to connect with your soul so that the full blessing of the celestial goddess star can nourish and transform your life, allowing its course to run true to your real and genuine divine passions, even if you aren't sure what those passions are as of yet. Your soul knows, and Syrian energy helps your soul to be itself on this planet. Now, Sirius brings blessings of heightened intuition, refined soul healing ability, and closer connection to your soul and Lady Allset too. If you have been questioning your evolution, starting to wonder if you're really just at the beginning of the path or not really in initiation at all, then this card is a divine acknowledgement of the power, light, and evolution of your soul vibration, that there is a refinement and advancement there. Now, this is not grandiose. In fact, one way to know whether this guidance is genuinely for you is that you will feel peaceful. You'll feel peaceful and humble within as you receive the guidance. You'll feel gently validated and affirmed within, not puffed up with false pride or false human ego. You'll feel inspired and uplifted to continue with your inner work. not in need of telling others how advanced you are spiritually. Now, if you feel inflated or better than others in any way, then of course that wouldn't be the guidance, but we're going to just move on from there. Now, this Oracle of the Lady Allset of the Stars is also an empowerment. It enhances, amplifies, and strengthens any other oracle that you draw. Essentially, this is bringing, at this point, it's stating that in your life, you are able to amplify other things. So when you're in the presence of somebody, you're going to amplify their natural abilities. Your state of peace and calm allows them to be in a state of peace and calm. Because you walk with this calm and peace, it extends beyond your own body. It's not limited within your flesh. And so, because of this, other people have a weaker resonance, a lower vibration, and you're got a higher vibration kicking. So, that obviously becomes the energy field for both people because your field is large enough, the other person isn't fighting hard enough, so that becomes their field. So, then whatever they are at their natural state, or even in a conditioned state, they'll start working, their brain will start working on everything that they're about. So, depending on what kind of person they are, you may want to be around more or less because you're actually empowering them, you're amplifying them. This energy that's coming to you is so that you live with it, you walk with it every single day. You go to sleep with this energy, you wake up with this energy, and it just becomes a regular attunement of your current state of being. Stay focused. You can attain this state if you're not there yet, or you can learn how to have it remain longer for longer periods of time in your life until it does become a regular state of being. I hope that was helpful. Any questions or anything, let me know. And I'll try to catch it. Cool. Cool. Okay, Magic Madness, did you want a reading? If you did and you're here, let me know. Magic Madness, you still around? Boom. All right. Cool. Let's pull you specific card. Get a different deck. This is actually old school Egyptian tarot deck, so while it does use the construct of coins and staves and swords, it's not holding to what we would associate with the Rider-Waite deck at all. It has its own complete system. Something that looks like that. But it has its own network of connections. Two cards. I will say I am in the US. That's my email. And boom. Let's pull these understandings up. Now, a lot of people, man, they do really good at their readings as far as knowing everything inside and out of what the cards mean. And I've got at least 8 decks, tarot and oracle, with various meanings from different sorts. And I'm working with way too much information to have it all memorized tit for tat. Part of the journey. I'll share more on that later. Here we go. All right. So we're starting out with the Four of Scepters. And this states quite literally. Now, this particular deck, bro, I'm just saying, the way you said card, oh man, your name was like, let me grab this deck. Because this deck pulls no punches. It's got good and it's got bad. It's got everything. You want to know what's going to go down? This one will let you know. And it's been pretty Johnny on the spot for myself. Anyways, this one means that the enterprise you are engaged in now will be a complete success. The second card, the Eight of Pentacles, means that you will have to go through lengthy litigations on account of some property, probably inherited. You may become rich in the law profession. You may acquire money by wrong means, but it will not profit you long. I want to state very heavily that what I just read has a massive spiritual reality to it. And that is why the physical events will take place as they do. Now, as the last portion, Magic Man, pick a number, any number between 1 and 129. Four. Okay. Now, when those hard times come up on that second card, this is where you're going to find, this is how you're going to overcome those difficulties. Okay, boom. I don't need to look at the rest of it. This one is my own system. Essentially, the way that you're going to win that rough time is what I would call virtuous independence. This is what I also term the snake's will. Follow me for a moment. Now, you know the lessons of being selfish. You're not a selfish person. Beyond that. But the snake's will, the virtuous independence, says, I'm going to be selfish because by doing what I want, it's going to benefit many people. If I don't do it because of their opinion, then all these people don't get benefited because I pleased one motherfucker. So your actions that benefit the many is what's going to pull you through that those rough moments. It's going to win you the favor. It's going to get you the coins, whatever is needed in the verse to work. That's the solution to apply when that comes up. And I'm only saying this because there is somebody I did a reading for, and they came back to me 3 years after the fact. I said, you remember the reading you did for me? I said, yeah. They said, you remember I wrote everything you said down? I was like, yeah, I remember. I did. They wrote it all. I repeated it, pulled, and and, uh, and they said every single word you said came true. And I had told them the situation they were going to get into, and I gave them a solution of how to get out of the situation 3 times. And 3 big events, one big event for each year happened. And they applied the solution I gave them, and they didn't come to me, oh man, you remember that reading you gave? Nah, yo, you remember that reading you gave me? Oh my God! Because they let them smoothly sail over that obstacle. Any questions or anything else? Magic Madness, generally, I think it's kind of just doing, but rather kind of make the offer just in case. Um, and I do have, if anybody getting readings does appreciate it, you can totally send me, or if you don't have to, I'm just doing them for people. Though if you do appreciate it, I do have a GoFundMe uh, account. I do have a GoFundMe link. If that link doesn't work that I just typed in, it probably won't. But I do have it attached to my main profile page. You go to that YouTube/Cetra, it'll pull up my main page and has the GoFundMe link that's appropriate. And anything would be much appreciated. And otherwise, super thank you for being a part and asking for the reading, all the good stuff. Um, we don't all have the money to be able to afford the things. And one thing I learned in life is the Divine Father and the Divine Mother, they gave me, they said, you just take care of what we need you to do. You just do what we send you to do. Don't put no rules somebody can't because they don't have enough. You take care of it, because some people, they're not going to be able to help you. They're not going to be able to return the favor. But don't you worry about that. We didn't send you to that person to get a favor. We sent you to that person to help them out. We'll, we'll get you taken care of at the next place. And that's how I've been living for many years. It's not about charging money. It's not about saying I can't do something for you. If it's in my ability, then gosh darn it, I was given freely. I'm gonna give freely. I might have worked through it through my own trial, my own past problems, all them histories and losses and stuff. But that was my own work. Everybody got to go through that own work for themselves. And anyways, next we have okay, cool. Thank you, Brittany. Randall Hammond. What is my purpose? We're gonna get to the next reading here. Swan Lake. If you're here, Swan Lake, please leave a little message. Type in a little message. Let me know you're here, and we'll start your reading here momentarily. My purpose, um, plain and the most plain and simple. There's a whole lot of reasons I could give. Um, my two daughters, they passed away in 2022, uh, and I never lost sight of being a father, and I didn't necessarily need to go get married or have children or get some stupid attachment, but I had a whole plan because people kept me away from my daughters while they were growing up. And so I said, well, I'm going to write them a letter every day. And that letter, I said, well, damn, how the fuck am I going to talk to somebody if I don't even know what color they like or anything? You know, what the hell am I going to do? Ask a million questions about nothing I don't know about? And so I decided to write a book with all my wisdom and all my understandings and to pass on my intelligence to them because I could remember during all these times of not doing anything and picked up the best aspects and the advantages and what I learned in my life. And that's why I wound up writing my own book, which was essentially my love letter to my daughters. And I said, you know what? I made something really good. And just because they ain't around to give to, well, I'm still going to give it to somebody. And I ain't going to stop because all I know how to do is love and heal. And other than that, just that's my primary purpose. Thank you, Jesse. Appreciate that. There was a car accident that I was not in the same state that they were in, and it was a car accident. And their souls came to me before anybody told me about it. How much do I charge for readings? Like right now, I'm just doing them by donation. Jason Metalonis. I've got a few readings lined up. I'm gonna try to remember that you're on there. So just remind me, or somebody else remind me. Um, Let me try one thing before I do the next reading. It may work and it may not, but let me give it a try. But Brittany was asking how much do I charge for readings. So I was at a metaphysical shop and they were consistently people were asking how much do I charge for readings, and so eventually I was like, well, $25. $25 seems to be a decent price anybody could uh, afford, and wow, wow, and uh, and so I was like, well, I'll just I'll just do them for free, and I'm sorry, my mom went a couple places. Generally speaking, I do them for free. And if somebody wants to donate money, that's great. I even when people came into the shop, I tell them $25. But if you don't have the $25, I'll do the reading for you anyways. Because people enjoy it or whatever, and I'm good at it. I don't even have to try. If I'm playing five card poker, I'm gonna lose. But otherwise, like I'll do pretty good with the other cards. Um, There we go. That's where I was going. I'm going to try one thing real quick, and then we're going to do that reading for you there. Let's try. I'm going to try this one. and see if that link works. Maybe it will, maybe it won't. You can try that link and see if it works. But yeah, really just by donations is the main primary thing. All right, let's see here. Where are we? Oh my gosh. Okay, I gotta get a pin. Okay, there. No, hold on. Where are you? Okay, boom. Swan Lake. What was I doing it for next? Swan Lake, you're the one I'm doing a reading for next, correct? And I know there was like 3 other names, but my chat log on the other thing, it won't go up. And so I lost count of some individuals who I said I was going to do readings for. And I'll create a better system and I'll have a pin out, or I have a pin out here, so I'll start changing things immediately, not tomorrow. I'll start changing them immediately. Was it Swan Lake? I said, oh, yes, you want a psychic reading? Okay, let me focus on this. Wonderful. And Kirby. Thank you, Kirby. I'm writing your name right there. I know there was like maybe 1 or 2 others. And so if I miss someone, let me know. I think there was somebody else that had typed it just a little bit up since I'm writing it down. Hey, Brittany, see you're back there. Jason Metaloins, I believe, wanted a reading. Okay. Swan Lake. Okay, we're not going to cards here. Okay. What you're chasing after, Swan Lake, is going to bring problems. There are many moving factors, and you're the primary focus. There's something you're chasing. But it's the wrong direction. It doesn't exist inside somebody else. I mean, you'll never find it inside somebody else. It won't last. Like that only exists for a moment within others. It comes and it goes. People don't know how to hold that frequency. And so as you increase, as you develop, you're going to manifest what you've been chasing. It'll just walk up to you one day. You'll turn around and it'll just be like, boom, there it is. Just because what you want isn't something that you win. It's something that you build, you create, you draw the elements together, and truly only the soul knows how to do that. That resonate, that connect anywhere, that get anywhere in a ballpark. I've had people ask me to do certain things and I've done it and they're like, holy shit. I say I'm good at it. Good. And that's really like on that psychic aspect, that's what it's all about is finding the seed. Kind of like finding, we think about Alice in Wonderland and that one portion where she, like before she gets in there, she's got to creep down. It's got the tiny little door, and she had to find that door. She had to find that seed, that opening to the other side. And so that thought will pay. That thought will be most advantageous. Nah, nothing I need to know beforehand. All right, Kirkby. Oh, let me write that down real quick. Comparisons 12G wanted a reading. Just gonna write you down. From North Ireland, Lee um, was asking how to donate. I do have a GoFundMe on the main page, on my main YouTube page. There is a GoFundMe link, and I don't know if that link will work, but I know if you can copy and paste it or whatnot. I don't know if it'll take you away from the live to be able to go directly there, but that would be the link to get there, which would be amazing. Um, and I do have a copy of my book. If you'd like a free copy of my PDF book, I'll put my email down here, right there in the chat log, and you can shoot me an email and ask for a copy. I'd be more than happy to send you a free copy of my book. And definitely appreciate any donations. Oh, Brittany, you were saying you want a reading, if I'm not mistaken. Um, yeah, that link doesn't work. Yeah, the main link that works is in is on my main YouTube page, on the biography page, or whatever the main page is, under the profile, and it'll show that link to the GoFundMe. Oh no, it's cool, Kirkby. I don't mind, bro. Yeah, I can show a couple of pages of my book. So this is more so towards the beginning. And jumping into the meat of it, we wound up really kind of getting into a divine love language, which is essentially providing how to apply certain remedies to ongoing persistent problems that we deal with regularly in the world. And then I even get into combining those words together and actually showing in a multitude of ways of how to mathematically come up to a new understanding using those words. And it's available on Amazon.com also. I.J. Roth. I.J. Roth. I.J. Roth. May your dad stop hitting you right this moment. May he be limited. May the divines have full sight on your situation, on what's going on. May the Divine Mother and Father themselves peer into your life and see what's happening. And may they have an active hand in changing that, whatever must be done, so that such actions don't happen anymore. Nobody should be hitting another. And the reason why people resort to violence is because they ain't learned a lesson in life. They ain't learned how to talk. They ain't learned how to be more than an animal. And that means the Divine Mother and Father, they won't be on that. And on that concern, I'll be completely serious. I'll give you the best damn remedy right here. You don't even have to do nothing. Seriously? Send me their names. There's my email. You send me their name. Send me the full name. Email it to me. That's all I need. They'll stop real quick. Real quick. My book is called Setchra. Same name, Setchra. Okay, Kirkby. Let's move on. We got Kirkby, then Jason Metaloin, and then comparisons. If y'all are here, I'll do the reading for you. I know Kirkby's here, but I do want to do a reading for you, bro. I'll tell you what I do. I uphold divine law and order, not with my physical actions. I ain't gonna run and stop some crazy fight in the street. I don't know who's who. I don't know what's going down. I don't know anything. I am not, I repeat, I am not Captain Sabaho. No, 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 no. But I have made connections. And I am born the year of the rat. And I will go tell Mama and Papa the wrong that's going down on their very fucking world. I'll tell them what their kids are doing, and they will take care of it. That's what I learned to do in my life. I don't do curses. I don't set hexes. I don't fuck with that shit. My mom and my dad in the heavens recognize me. They know their son. And they hear his voice. And all I got to do is let them know what's up. All I got to do. For people messing with magic and hexes and curses and all this kind of voodoo bad stuff. Why? Because some injustice happened? Why? Because it was them who started the shit? Why? Because who gives a damn? Just love each other, hug, and get together, have a meal, share a drink, smoke a pipe. Fuck. Damn. Let's be family again. Oh, that's what it's about right there. Just being family. Got you in mind, Kirk B. That's shuffling the cards for. For those that didn't see earlier, because I showed it earlier. So, like, I made this new necklace, and it's kind of hard to see with these other necklaces on. I'm going to take them off for a moment for you. But look, this is the necklace I worked on the past couple nights. Oh yeah, that's different now. It used to be hanging all different. Oh yeah. And the headband originally was supposed to be a neck band, which tied off to something like this. And well, neckband became the headband and went with this. Fusion, Indian and Egyptian, you know what I'm saying? Bringing the continents together. I mean, they talk about the land masses used to be one, and then something happened, Pangea, and then something happened, and they say scientifically, it's supposed to all this land eventually it's going to jam back together into one big landmass. And if anything, us humans might be the ones who bring the land back together. Maybe the land divided up because humans divided up. All right, Kirky. All right, we're starting off here with Life Restored. It says, Priestess of the Phoenix, life restored brings messages that a trauma, an ending, a struggle, or apparent defeat is not the end of the story for you now. What may appear to be an ending can sometimes simply be the forces of ancient feminine power flowing into new pathways, pulling energy away from old forms so that they can transition into new forms. Now, this can take as short or long periods of time, though it could be over days or years or weeks or months or decades. But it doesn't matter how long something appears to have been decaying, it will spring back into life at the right time. Just as the river Nile subtly adjusts its courses over time, so too will the river of light that flows through you, filling you with life force and divine energy, move with innate wisdom. You can trust what is happening for you now. Something important to you is coming back to life. It might even feel like you're coming back to life after a period of increasing emotional numbness, physical or psychological struggle, or spiritual disillusionment. It might also be a lifestyle, practice, business, or relationship, new or old, that's coming to life now. You're guided by the divine priestess of the phoenix, Sister Olset, to turn your face to the sun just as the sacred scarab beetle follows the movement of the sun. And you're encouraged to focus on the light and life that is seeking you now. Do not resign yourself to the way things have been. Let go of the past and be brave and bold and allow the Phoenix Priestess to inspire you to realize that the return to life, the restoration, the resurrection is upon you now. Have hope and optimism. Just because something has fallen away in the past does not mean it will not have value and be able to grow in the present moment. Take what's going to be offered to you in life, the rebirth that is happening, into your wide open arms now, and be assured that you have transitioned through the energies of death and into new life now. Peace to you, dear initiate of the light. The past is over. Enjoy your rebirth. And there's a little portion in the back here that says, life flows through me unobscured from past hurts. I am now cured. I meet my life blossoming anew. My inner light shines bright and true. All set, Mother of divine perfection. Through your grace I have resurrection. Which is actually very beautiful, because the card that was drawn after that was the King of Scepters. So through that process in your life, what the divine sees you as having is vision, confidence, honor, strength, fearlessness, a natural born leader, accomplishment defying expectations, and a physical strength and authority. These are things to grow into, and a part of that life restored process for myself I knew about being responsible in the past, but this put a whole new spin on things for me in these days. Because I can certainly recall having a similar reading years for myself in the past. No, that much is true. Any questions or anything of that accord for you, Kirby? Did that resonate at all? You don't have to give feedback. Some people they don't like to say anything. Thank you. And really, that's how a reading really is. A good reading works. Not that a lot of words shared are those are always enjoyed and wanted. No, you're good. Relationship moving forwards. I see yes. I see a big fat yes in my mind when you ask that. And like, if you got another question or whatnot, well, go on, please. Definitely. Some people, I'm used to people not mentioning much, and other people they fully open up, and I'm like, whoa, let's get into it. The more you share with me, the more they're telling me, and it's all coming back. It gets to be a big old feed, a good feed loop. Um, but very cool, very yeah, definitely, yes. What's up, Imahotep? Good to see you. Okay, I've got the next reading is if I see anything from your Kirkby, I'll respond there. The next reading is for Jason Medaloin, and if you're here, just let me know. Drop a little message in the chat log so that I know you're here, and I'll do your reading next. There was somebody that left a message personification said, so this is what I've been pondering. If we are here as an instrument of the gods to experience all, they must want all the negative too, yeah? Yes. Yes. It's all part of their body. It's all part of the memory to say no to something you don't like. We can't deny our own life. That causes problems. I mean, you can, but it causes problems. And yes, it is truly. I've read it in multitude of places. One major in particular, and it does say life, death, love, light, on and on. The difference is return to me, return to me. Because I want the darkness, I want the death, I want the life, I want the pain, I want the happiness, I want the joy, I want all of it. I want life. Life includes all of it. So if I have a heart that is receiving everything, then I myself can realize who I am in totality. But for as long as I reject an aspect of myself, regardless of it, as long as I reject an aspect of myself, then I don't have full memory. And if I don't have full memory, then I'm in a state of amnesia. I'm fucked. Yes, you have been pondering the very most, a great, wonderful thing. Very true. Yes. Okay. Here's what I'm gonna say. Okay. Um, little bro, little bro. Your comment came in right underneath Kirkby's comment. You see that? Okay. I don't want to read. Kirkby said 7 months, hopefully staying together. We had a hard patch, but we communicate well and move forwards. I don't want the journey to end until ultimately I transition beyond the physical. And then, little bro, you commented right below that, and you're like, loves, boom. And you know the messages, right? We've been talking, okay? Little bro. Okay, so here's how this one goes, okay? You remember what I did for you, kind of at the beginning, or you know what we resonated, you know how that happened. Okay. So for Kirkby, for this individual, he'd be you, and you currently are in a state to resonate that positive energy to him from two parties. You can resonate that energy, and you can help that last and endure. V, you can help that preserve, and I can protect it. And together, you ain't gonna have no obstacles. They're gonna get too close. So, me and you, little bro, let's be aware all this is happening, and it's nothing you have to fight against. It's nothing you have to craft. This energy will just create the solutions that bring the remedy, and you just gotta use your patience and stability and everything else mentioned there, and that's gonna guide you. You're gonna be able to receive the sights, and you're gonna be able to lead the correct decisions. And this might seem like a hard patch in the jungle, but this is why I keep on YouTube, and I got a shofar, to go blow my horn. But this is why, in a metaphorical way, I blow my horn every single day, is because you know what? This jungle, we find in some paths, we're finding each other in it. And when we become aware of each other and we truly do direct our energies, and it is live and happening in the moment, then this connectedness is true, and me and little bro have seen firsthand results on heavy repeat, most positive repeat of success. So um boom on that one, boom boom. Yeah, so Kirby, at this juncture, now you read this because you are living your life and seeing your journey. And this card in particular, meaning the life restored. This is where I saw you going. This is where I saw you being right now, as if that life is really coming back to you, and that life is going to see new things, new events. Those new events, they're not the past, they're new. And when you truly do walk into that state of being, you're going to be like that king. You're going to be able to have the vision. Think about it. If you're a king, right? Like here, I'll show you the picture. Like I imagine him being like high up on the ground or something. Probably not, but a king can look out and have the vision and be like, okay, if I do this and this and this, then that's going to work out. If I do that, then that's not going to work out. They've had their hands in a lot of things, so they can see where the elements are going to lead. And so, in that state, through your process of life restored, being able to have that vision beyond the current moment will become clearer and clearer the more you work in your states of meditation, the more that you connect And I do encourage you very much to, on the meditation side and all that good stuff. I know you're probably doing that on that track. And keep up the good work. Keep up that good work. That all that is bringing in the positive results. And this is one of the hard aspects of a healer. Is once we've applied the medicine, so to speak, we gotta let the medicine do its job. I'm horrible at pulling off the bandage, checking it, whatever the case. Oh my gosh. I don't help the healing, I slow the healing. I know that about myself. That's why I'm like, you good at that? You go ahead and take care of that. I'll do my thing over here. But it is that time of patience. And I'd like to rather reinforce and add in another line of thought. I mentioned peace, a state of peace and calm continuously. And as you're connected with another individual, when you're worrying, when your heart's worrying, your mind's racing, the other person is feeling that energy. Sometimes they know why, sometimes they don't. But the other person feels it and it affects their life. And so a lot of times we can wind up destroying a possible future by putting too much stress upon it. And that's why that meditation is return to peace, is a state of a peace of mind, peace, a state of peace. I'm not worried, I'm not thinking, I'm gonna watch a movie, I'll eat some popcorn, I'll chill out, learn something, do some research. My concern's not going over there. And when I do think about it, it's at a state of peace. Like that king, he's at a state of peace in his kingdom. Hmm. Yeah, yeah, it'll be alright, yeah. Well, I know that'll get taken care of. Oh, he's worried down there, boy. I know. He just don't see what I can see, though. He'll be alright. Okay. And you can visually really get a grasp uh, of the world. What's up, Winged Moonlight? Jesse? Very cool. Cool. Winged Moonlight. Thank you. Super welcome. Yeah. All right. Very cool. Very cool. I'm gonna ask. Ooh, Kirkby. Okay, here's some great information I have to give right on that comment that you shared. And for those not necessarily reading, he said, thank you, my brother. I think when we don't effectively communicate, we get lost. We need to find the calm again, reframe our thoughts, try again. This matters. Thank you, my brother. And so, okay, so this was a huge thing I learned with my mom, like after so many years, and we were able to like we realized that 99% of our fights, verbal argumentative fights, came from miscommunication. I wrongly interpreted it. I didn't think she said this, and man, that was really important to me. But she did say it, I just didn't catch it. And so we learned through talking about that, about miscommunication and the effects of it, that moved us into the topic and the awareness that, okay, we're always like we see eye to eye, and if mom wants to go do whatever mom wants to do, I don't care. I'm gonna go do what I'm gonna do. And if we want to go watch a movie together, we'll go, to the movies together, or whatever the case. But we're not trying to hurt each other, and we're not trying to do anything wrong to each other. But there's moments when I'm heated up, or she used to be heated, be angry at each other, and and it wasn't that we were angry at each other. It was because some motherfucker at work did me dirty, or some motherfucker at work did mom dirty. And we come home and we couldn't let it out at work because if we let it out at work, we'd get fired, right? Dead, come like lost your job. So we can't do it there. So we come home in a safe space and man, we lose our shit. And so we came to an agreement. We said, okay, we're aware of miscommunication and how many arguments that causes. We're aware that we're not angry at each other. It's it's because of something else in the world that we fucking dealt with. Okay, one, two, we got those down. Now, here's our plan for step number three. Now that we're aware of what's going on, now here's our plan for step number three. No matter what happened the night before, bitch, slam the door, whatever, doesn't matter. The next morning, little knock on the door, have a good day, whatever. Any slight acknowledgement of the other person said, you know what, that was yesterday. I know it was because of one and two. We moving on with the day. I love you. And that's what that was. And so like that's how every morning like had that little knock or had that little I love you or see you later, whatever. It was yesterday. It was other shit. We're moving on. I love you. We're good. And then we stopped losing contact with each other like we had. Okay, that's why that one was going on. Gotcha. It's a new necklace. But that little piece that should help more than all them cards. That's really what it. That's really like for the majority of myself. The tarot cards are great, and they get you into a ball range. They get you close to the mark, and sometimes they get information that you would not have thought of on your own. Like a fairy deck or Egyptian book. Like you're not going into those books normally or know the information, so who knows what could pop out through the cards. And quite a variety is nice to be able to, anyways. But really, it is like that psychic reading is really it requires it's it's just being a friend you know that's what I found. As much as we seek God and the divine up above, they point back down and they're like, look at each other, love each other, learn your lessons. It took me 8 years to write my book. In the beginning, I intuited pretty much the primary words, and then after that, I wound up layering it with different aspects of understanding so that like a wider range of people could understand it rather than me just recalling my own lessons. And that's a massive reality right there. Um, Imhotep mentioned a lot of emotions people carry are from those around them. It's okay to dismiss those feelings if you know within you they don't belong to you and can't carry that you can't carry everyone's problems. And it's actually very wonderfully, beautifully worded. It's just perfect. Um, this is the importance of shadow work, of really one's own meditation, of getting familiar with oneself. And like you said, if you know those feelings don't belong to you, yeah, we don't, we they do. You do not need to carry them because that truly is that's a way of the past, and I think we found that don't work too well. Wash your crown. Yes, yes, I did. Hey there, Hector. Yeah, in the back there's aspect, and essentially what I wind up doing is and I explain it out in the book, but the way that it's put together, the sequence, the lines, literally like the words are put together and combined, and depending how they're arranged is how their multiplication or addition or whatever happens. And IV 7642, like, absolutely. Before I comment further, if Jason Metaloin or Comparisons is still here, I said I was going to do a reading for y'all. And if you're still here, just let me know in the chat. I'll do a reading for you. Let me check Kirkby. Yeah, I did, Kirkby. Yes, we must leave the baggage of yesterday in the past because carrying it forwards will cause rot and your future. Color your future. Forgive and remember the lessons learned. Wow, you just mentioned that. Yeah, like, yeah, legit, absolutely. Um, being able to, it's amazing when like we're thinking we're thinking the same thought completely different, and then like as one's thinking it another one's saying it. This happens like on the radio and other kind of things and aspects in life. And this type of synchronicity, that's what I see is the collective consciousness, like we're telepathically linked. It's the only way it could happen, because like one person normally they have to think it, and then some time happens and they say it, but like the collective conscious joining up together, like literally in the moment on the fly, is those things happening. That's the synchronistic moments. Like that's, and to me this is what I'm really here for. I mean, like, yeah, I mentioned all the other stuff, yeah, no doubt, but at the same time, like, I'm here to see like freaking God wake up on this planet. Are you kidding me? Like, humanity's gonna go click one day and we're all gonna be like connected. Like, I know I'm connected and I know others out there are connected. Too many experiences have happened, too many programs on the darn TV showing literal history and things happening in the world, just lining everything up. I mean, my goodness. like, yeah, yeah, that's what's happening. And that's, to me, that's the greatest thing. Like, that's the newest thing. Like, people have been waiting thousands of years for these days to happen, and they're actually happening now. And to me, like, I know I speak and I speak and I speak and I share and I am and help and learn and grow and all that good stuff. But when I start feeling the energy resonate and stuff, it's just like beyond words. That's where the peace comes in. That's where the smiles come in. That's where the happy ideas and stuff come in. Because it's like you're in tunage with it. So when you're in tunage with it, when that the harmony is existing, then you know you're good. And it doesn't matter what other people are doing. It doesn't matter what's burning fucking down the street. Nothing fucking matters. You're good. You know you're good. That changes the whole approach to everything in life. And that's Hatept. That's the peace. The peace exists because you know you got a connection. Even if the world burning shit, they're gonna drop a rope down and fucking buzz your ass up. Well, Jelly Belly Bra. I've had a few comments over the times, but nobody said I look like Shaq. That's pretty original. Let's see here. Okay. Hey Hector, do you want me to remove you as moderator, or do you just won't moderate it? I'll take you off, or whatever the case. It's cool. Oh, Jason Meadowlands, wonderful. Glad. Okay, good. I just saw you there. Wonderful. Oh, let's do that reading. Okay, we going. We moving forward. All right, Jason Meadowlands. Boom. We're gonna do that reading, so I'm focused here. So this is for Jason Meadowlands. Meadowlands, right? Yep. You know, people might think I got lost in the jungle, but I always go off the beaten path. I mean, that's where the best things are, man. Oh, wonderful. All right. Jason, we got one for you. Okay. These are the cards. This one is Sheps, indicating a beneficent ancestor, and this one is Hiru. And essentially, Hiru is going to assist you. Now, when you're lined up with Hiru's energy, which is more often than not, you're full of vitality. You're zealous, you're noble, lofty, proud, ardent, authoritative, humane, reserved, above using underhanded means in the struggle against others. When you're not aligned with this energy, this is when arrogance, one is extravagant, indecisive, overbearing, dictatorial or excessive, prideful or devitalized. Those are traits that you're not attuned with that energy. Though those things of such leadership, of such noble, lofty, authoritative, ardent, the above underhanded means this is the type of energy that is coming to you to work with you. I'm going to put in here in the chat log, Jason, a few words. And their directions. What I'm giving is essentially the sounds, the words of power, so that you can actually change elements. But this isn't you creating. You're aligning your body to resonate with the energy of an ancestor who's going to help you overcome everything. If you choose to, if you'd like to, you can. You don't have to. But I tell you, it has worked for me. And there, those are in the chat log there. I just put those in. Now the will, here's where the information comes in. The will is the essence of our divinity. In the same manner that we help children develop by allowing them freedom to act within a circle of limitations, the Supreme Being develops man's divinity by allowing them a certain amount of freedom within a ring pass not. The circle that man cannot pass corresponds to Sekar's structural lines that keep the world and its events in place. Outside of these, man has the freedom to choose what he wills, but as we have seen, success depends on law and order. As Tahuti and Mahat correspond to the communication of the divine law to our mind, and not its imposition, we have the freedom to follow or ignore it. This freedom of the will to follow or ignore divine law is the basis of our divinity, and there is no divinity where there is compulsion. And we saw in past areas, we talked earlier today, the importance of stilling or stopping the mind from incoming thoughts. And this is very important to be able to utilize, because this will continually allow us to go to the essence of who we are within and to choose what our will becomes. And further, this our ability to do this will help us to transcend our conditionings, our current conditionings of life, when we're able to live our truth of our free will in crossroads situations. And this crossroads situation is characterized by a few elements. The crossroads has the appearance that that one will lose a great deal, real or imagined or perceived, which will be opposed to the second element of the crossroads situation, that the truth which must be followed. And the third element at the crossroads situation is the intuition of clever and seemingly convincing rationalizations for not following the truth. Now let me explain to you plainly what that's saying. As an individual, somebody asks us a question. Now we know the answer to this question, it's a plain answer to us. But we lie. We say something different, something in opposition to the truth. Why? Because we're trying to appease somebody else for some reason. We're afraid of losing something, or a position, or a standing, or anything of the sort. That crossroads situation that is marked, because we must allow the truth to come forth, regardless of what we perceive negatively is going to happen. That's going to open up a whole new window of life and whole new options of things that were never allowed before. Some doors that were open were not healthy. Those doors are going to get closed. Positive things that would bring benefit to one's life, those doors are going to be opened in that journey down that line. And then, yep. Okay, this portion is important. Now, keep it in account as well to regularly utilize meditation, to regularly utilize that ability to still your thought process, and remember that the wise counsel always to move forward is going to be something that's intuited into your heart and through your heart. That's what's going to lead you to that continued success and staying in that state and finding your state of stability while having the ability for your will to be executed. These are aspects of your own energies that you wind up connecting with, that you wind up unlocking and learning how to work with, and this is what winds up allowing you to overcome the difficulties or the roadblocks or the humps and bumps in the road. And absolutely, like, Ivy, that's so true. Our ancestors, they exist in all of us, and that energy is just that's why I listen to our elders, listening to our grandparents, looking at stories of once in ancient past, years long gone by, is so darn important in my world, in my life, and because we carry it on, we we keep that alive. The energy is alive in the moment, every moment. Um, did you have any questions or anything else, Jason? Did I, or whatever, whatever the case, that resonate, whatnot? Um, not that Jason. I was talking to Jason Metaloin. But thanks for responding. And is, I don't think so, but if comparisons is here, let me know. Um, Said I'd do a reading for them, and I know it's been some time. This is my new necklace that I put together. This one. dedication is something I've talked about before. And people, I've never cared what people thought. I've never brought into my world what they calculated I should follow. I read books, I read the Bible, I joined the church, I went to the classes, I lived it, I watched people talking a talk, but not walking a walk. I saw frauds and fakes and charlatans all around me, and it seemed like the realest motherfuckers were the dirtiest scoundrels, because they seen a thing or two. So then I got to be friends with them too. An interesting set of events. And you could read all you want from a book and live life all you want according to that book, but when real life without mommy or daddy, without no guidelines, without no safety, when life really strikes, it's different. That book don't count much. And somewhere along all of that, I decided to walk the walk. And I really stopped talking the talk. That's why I wrote a book. Because rather than look at somebody's junk crap, YouTube, TikTok, funny trend, whatever, I'm going to write something that my daughters are going to remember, something that they're going to get for no matter what bad situation I'm going through. I'm going to focus on the good and the positive that I've worked on and saved. How did I survive this last problem with as little scrapes and bruises as I could? Let me take notes of the positive aspects I did. Let me take note of those successes. And then share those tools with others. Freely. Freely. Because I learned that God is love. Whatever religion, whatever faith, whatever energy, you get to heaven up above. They ain't got no fucking, oh, this my badge, I got in it. It says Christian right here. That means I get right inside. Yeah. No, it don't work like that. Heaven don't got no fucking names. It recognizes frequency. Heaven, really, pretty darn peaceful place. So I've got to learn how to chill out over a bunch of stuff. But I never cared how other people reacted or whatnot. I just learned from them. I saw what they didn't do. So I said, well, I'm going to do it. Because they didn't do it, but I'll do it just like it says. I'm not trying to twist it or get some, secret advantage. It said 1, 2, 3. I'll follow 1, 2, 3. If 1, 2, 3 don't work out, well, I'm backing out. I'll do something different. And being able to pay attention to my surroundings, that's that's something my mama taught me by proxy. She couldn't teach me directly, but she could teach me how to take in awareness. She could teach me how to be aware of different things and to allow my awareness to change my actions. Johnny on the spot. And I learned from my mom how to be a dad, how to be a mom, how to be whatever it is I am as a parent. And I decided, you know what, boom, that's what I'm sharing. Everybody got their own tune. They could sing about that. They could sing about this. They could pray for that. They could pray for this. Well, I'm gonna sing my own tune because I don't like anybody else's tune. Everybody else's tune sounds like bullshit to me. All I see is a bunch of money building a bigger fucking temple, bigger fucking building for all their rich asses to congregate together, do whatever the hell they do. So I do my own thing. I follow my own heart. That's why I encourage other people to follow their hearts. Because you could really be anything you want to be. You're very welcome, Pittman. Cool. Very welcome, Jason. Cool. At least that sounds great. That sounds great. Winged Moonlight. Most definitely. Okay, very cool. Um, Very good question. Benzo. I'm just say Bittens if you don't mind. I like Bittens. That's cool. Bittens said, "Do you have a Patreon or other account where you allow open round table dialogue?" Um, Currently at the moment, no. What I would like to do, what I have been thinking about for a while, is that I can, I can like I can message people. I can send out emails of like a link so that like and I can have a guest on here or whatever, or have other people. Um, and for it, I've done that. I've done that. Like I haven't had a Patreon account technically, but I've kind of done that, having guests on and stuff. And there's some people that get on. I don't know how to kick them the fuck off. Like I can't get them off my fucking screen. I don't want this asshole on here. I don't know who the fuck let him on, but I can't do it. I can't deal with that shit. And like, cause I don't work in that zone. I don't work with those people. I don't fuck with stupid. And just letting anybody pop on a fucking screen and talk to my ass, no, thank you. I tried it once. I said once. So if we could make contact, I do have my email. This is a reality. I am more than happy to set up something in advance. Here's my email in the chat log right there. That's my email, setra@yahoo.com. Shoot me an email. As I'm setting up in the morning, I can shoot you the link to your email, and then whatever time it's ready, I can be like, bro, hit it up, and then boom, we split in the screen or whatever the case, and we can have a nice, good conversation. And I know I'm talking to somebody who, got a couple cents about themselves at least. But at least that's something a direction I definitely would like to move towards. Have been thinking about, absolutely. Thank you for bringing that up. Thanks, Kirby. I appreciate that, bro. That's that's done. Thanks, Winged Moonlight. Thanks, Erica. Uh, there we go. If I can find it, found it. Do I believe in magic? Of course, I believe in magic. I haven't got an acronym for it. Mathematical application generating incarnate creativity kinetically. Just in case you didn't catch it. Mathematical application generating incarnate creativity kinetically. Magic. It's nature. Legitimately. All the history and everything I've done. People are acceptable with this. You could walk around with this in your face all day long and people, they don't care. But when I walk around with my staff, which is just some sticks and stones and wire, oh my gosh, and feathers, oh my gosh. Actually, people don't trip out at all. But it's a big different reaction than me having some cellular device. What's magic? Is this magic? Is this magic? I think it's all magic. Your magic. Life itself is magic. And we work magic every day of our lives. That's what I saw. That's how I learned a thing or two. Because it wasn't that I learned how to do an ability, but I was doing something already in my life, which we all do. I'll mention an example of it. I'll mention time travel. I'm going to share how you time travel. You do. Mm-hmm. In this lifetime, you've time traveled. You're like, nah, that's not real. Alright, you know how you've been sitting there? I'm going to tell you why you're a magician. No, I'm going to explain to you. This is proof that you're a magician and how you know how to time travel. And you do it. You know, you've had that moment in your life. I have too. And you're like, man, what happened? We were just hanging out, talking. That had been 20 minutes and it was 2 freaking hours. Shoot, I gotta get going. Or perhaps you've been somewhere doing something and you're like, frick, what is going on, bro? You're like, it's time to get off of work. You look up at the clock, fucking not even 45 minutes went by. Not even an hour, and you're like, fuck. And all day it's like they keep looking at the clock and it's like fucking 5 minutes went by. Okay. During those moments, you did something in your brain with your breathing that involved your heart. Mind, body, soul. Soul is heart. Okay? Mind, body, heart. You put these 3 together somehow,
and you fucking, as a magician, traveled on the ethereal network. Your soul went somewhere else. And when your soul actually fucking jumped back into your body and said, okay, I'm good, I got everything I needed, that's when you looked at the clock and said, holy shit. Because your soul was not in your body, but you were still consciously aware that you were in your body. You were bilocating. That's why you had a conflict of fucking time. You fucking warped time space and created your own motherfucking portal and jumped wherever you wanted to go to live in a state of bliss for just a fucking little bit. To create or whatever. Without even knowing how to do it. You fucking did it. You magician, you. And this is why the world has to throw a gajillion things at you to make you disbelieve what you're doing, to make you not be able to put together the dots of your own breadcrumbs in your own life of the proof of your own mastered abilities. And if you haven't mastered them, that's why not just myself, but many people like myself around the world, so that you may become the master you're meant to be. We're not here to tell you to follow me. We're here to help you become the master you're meant to be. And that dude is not me. I don't know how to be that dude. Only you do. I could just help you unlock, polish things off. Oh, that door was closed off here. Let me help you open this door. Boom. Now you're going to go experience that. You're going to learn how to be that master. I can just give you some fundamental principles I've learned along the way, and either you're going to take them and fly with them, or you're not. And you're going to go your own way, and maybe you learn your own thing, and maybe you succeed in your own way. Doubly fucking cool. Huh. That's why there's always two paths to the same end. You could go the dark path or the light path. You could go the right or you could go the left. You could go any direction you want. You're going to get to the same ending because it's just going to be your new beginning. That's what I found for myself. And that's why the journey it becomes fun after a while. It becomes a beautiful journey. I mean, I don't know how to say else. Usually we get locked into a situation to where we never get out of it. And what I've learned through all the different systems of understanding, people around the world, they've been spending their lives getting out of those situations themselves. And a lot of times what they do works. And when it works, shoot, I don't care what it's labeled with. I'm gonna use it. If I see something working somewhere else, I'm gonna use it. If it ain't working, screw that thing. I don't want nothing to do with it. I'll make my own. It'll have less problems. I'll work faster. And that really kind of brings up into my mind at that point, if if and when one gets to that degree of their race, if you want to call it that, journey. But in the context of that, I'm taken back to my PE coach in Rudder Middle School. It's my PE coach for 3 years, and he helped me learn one of the greatest lessons I learned in my life. And it was when we'd run the mile, and he would say, "You run at your pace. Don't try to match somebody else's pace. Run at your pace, because that's what you can keep up. If you try to match other people's pace, you're going to use too much energy. You're going to get extra tired. You're going to slow yourself down. Set your own pace. This is your race with yourself, not against anybody else." And and so I really applied that throughout my life to many things. And no matter what it is, if it's a situation, if it's a heartache, if it's dealing with what a neighbor, whatever the case, a project, I'm going to set my pace.
and I know what my pace is, and boom, I can stay in that progress. I can stay in that activity without distraction. And that's the hardest thing is not losing distraction. A lot of times I get into braiding, weaving, braiding for different necklaces or whatnot, braiding yarn together, and man, my hands can get to flying, and I'm just braiding them up, and but it's easy for me to also lose my rhythm because I wind up looking up or my mind drifts somewhere, it wanders off somewhere, and so my hands lose their rhythm. Things clash together. I gotta stop and make sure things are smooth before I proceed. And that's becoming accustomed to your own cycles and your own rhythms of life. Rather than calling them ups and downs, they're your cycles, they're your rhythms, and you understand this is a low moment for me at this time. That's why I chill out. That's why I don't go do all that stuff. That's why I tell you no, I can't come help you at that time. None of it's going to work out. I already know I'm not doing good. When we're not doing good, we try to help and do good. That's usually when we crash and burn along with whoever's next to us. Because we push too much. We're scraping the gears, grinding the gears. No oil in the tank, man. It's gonna burn things up. Not in a good way. And Winged Moonlight 560. So you asked. I have a question. If you're able to see, da da da. He says, but I was wondering, do you happen to wrap stones and like gold and silver or make jewelry? So I do, and I've been asked this quite a bit, but I have been unable to have materials to actually have to be able to sell. So I that 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 may very well change sooner than later. Um, because I have a particular understanding in some things, and it's kind of funny because when you talk about wrapping wire and stones, I know exactly what you're intending and meaning, but my brain is actually thinking about the piezoelectric effect, and when you take a quartz crystal and wrap it up real tight, and you start getting that beat, you start getting that pulse from that crystal. So my mind went a whole another way because when I think about jewelry and things like that, I think about talismans. And I've done it before. I've made jewelry and sent it out, and they're active, positive energy that are literally pulsing and creating a change for the environment for better, and especially for the wearer and the possessor. And have gotten good feedback on that. So hopefully, perhaps that changes and I do start having some materials available. Though, if you do want me to craft you something in particular or whatnot, we can certainly talk about it. And we can definitely work something out because, I mean, like everything I have been making, um, there's my email right there in the chat log, cetra@yahoo.com. And so you can feel free to send me an email and I'll be happy to make any custom piece or something you're looking for, or the ideas of I like for my own stuff that I wind up putting together. um, Everything's usually kind of personalized, and anyways, yeah, yeah. Okay, all right, we can moonlight. I got you. So I got a piece of moonstone. I know it's over on my altar right over there, and I know I got a piece like in my pocket in one of my pouches. Yeah, moonstone's definitely important to have. Um, yes, I could make jewelry that is specifically protection from the evil eye. And I would like to point out specifically what the evil eye truly is, okay? This is how easy the evil eye, and this goes back to, oh gosh, I'll say the wrong country, but in one part of the world. And so they even had a saying that a blessing they said amongst each other, and essentially they would say how, like you could be my friend, right? You're my friend, my brother, my sister, whatever. And I love you. I don't want anything bad for you, but you're wearing something. And deep down inside my heart, not even my mind, my heart like is jealous or something. And then that creates the evil eye because that starts attaching negative feelings and vibrations to it. And so the evil eye can spontaneously pop up from anybody was is the reality of it. It's that aspect, that those negative energies. And so actually, yeah, I found something in its original language. And not only could I get the correct corresponding stones and whatnot, but I could also, yes, essentially creating jewelry into talismans is what I do. If I'm selling a product, it's a talisman. It's not just, you are not just getting jewelry. This has energy motherfucking pulsing off of it. You can let somebody go put their hand up to it and they're going to be like, "Yeah, I feel something from that thing, huh?" That's what I work with. I literally, yeah. I'm, it's priced as jewelry usually, at least in the past, but they're active talismans. They work. I know one thing I have learned is how to capture energy. Like you got a picture camera, you take a picture, you print it out, got it? Yeah, you can capture that. What about the energy in the room? I learned how to capture, like a picture, the energy in the room, and then how to release that energy at any point in the future. So it's like, and it's not that you're capturing it. It's not like you're like, sealing it up, but like it's there. And if you don't do anything with it, it's just gonna go and puddle out because it wasn't sent anywhere with intent. The energy just simply existed. So I always have energy. But thank you, Yolanda Crochet Addict. Great thing to be addicted to. Um, yeah, that's the thing. Okay, like we usually end at 10, but I'm chatting, enjoying the chat here. And, Yolanda said, I'm Lithuanian, Eastern Europe. We truly believe in the evil eye. I'm surprised that you know exactly what it is. So it makes me want to grab my book because I have it in the language that you might. I'll say it wrong. It might be. No, I'm going to say it wrong. But I found it in a language over in one of the countries over there in Eastern Europe, whatnot part of the world. And I got the translation and I'll read it in its original language and whatnot. And it's so intriguing when one starts learning about another place and what they've been doing and where these things not just come from, but but how they've been worked with for thousands of years and learning how to dispel the energy as well. And this is, I've treated the spiritual aspect like a scientist. You know, like for me, this is what people totally don't get, but I'll share it with you now. Is I started out as a Jehovah's Witness, okay? I'm not anymore, obviously. Here, let me just like prove it. Oh, and just for anybody that's watching, if you are and you think you're if you think you're a Jehovah's Witness and you smoke weed, the religion is too, okay? You ain't really in that. You just haven't. I, but I started in that route. I started with my mind in a cage, in a cage, in a cage. And you don't fuck with anything demonic or anything spirit. You don't mess with any of that. Demons can fuck you up. Don't touch that shit over there. You don't talk about that shit. I bought one thing from a Renaissance festival, went home, noticed some things happening, and I fucking threw the $60 thing I bought away because I thought it was because of that object or something. Like, okay, I, I, I was like deep in religion. Holy fuck, don't you? And then when I really said like, God, okay, I'm gonna follow you and you lead me, I know what love is, and I know what all the other false, pretentious, fake crap is. So I'm gonna pay attention to the results. This is a little tidbit of fact you might know or not, but I'm gonna share it with you. It's been said, studied, and like some real wise knowledge spoken. And the truth of the matter is an individual cannot presume what the current president of any current, whatever their time is, president, while they're in office, can't determine whether they were really good or whether they really helped the country or not. That can only be determined truly after the fact of the full implication of the full I don't want to say ramifications, but the full extent of everything that they did. Then, only years afterwards, can it truly be determined everything that was done. And that is true because in the moment, while one may be painting a beautiful, Picasso is going to work on a painting, the whole fucking place could look like shit and paint all over here and it looks like a disaster zone. But the dude's so focused, he knows where he's doing or what. I'm not saying that it was, but you get what I'm going with the analogy. And so I paid attention to the results and I saw if there were individuals benefited or hurting. And I saw the good results and the blessings, and I kept on that path, and I followed that. And more and more and more and more and more and more and more, as I truly believe any divine being would have, as I've read, if God is love, then God would enjoy any side of a war. He couldn't support it. He wouldn't want to hurt either side, but he certainly couldn't be there when it's happening. He'd wish everything got better, but love, it ain't gonna take part in that violence. Just ain't gonna even be there. But I will say, that's why Set, you could say Lucifer, you could say the dark, but God, every one of his creations, they were there to do things that love couldn't do. Things such as protecting and defending and being a presence that deterred something even worse from happening. And that's why they exist, and that's another reason why I believe I respect and I love everybody for exactly what they are, who they are, what they've done, who they are, who they're becoming, because you can't grow and become what you're meant to be, the master of what you are meant to be of, unless you experienced all the things that you did in life before. And that's how you can have a little bit of peace, accepting whatever happened then and being all right in the now. I love you very much. I thank you for being here. Many blessings to you. And until tomorrow, we'll be live Eastern 5 a.m. And Donna Day Gawai. So we see you next time.